Alrighty, greetings and salutations, everyone. My name is Andrew Kirchhoff, and welcome to our Sunday morning live stream for Week 5 of the 2024 fantasy football season. Over the course of the next 4 consecutive hours, we're talking all things fantasy football related, answering questions to the best of my ability, and hopefully getting your lineups ready to find success within the given week. Of course, as you guys can see to the right side of the screen, we have updated rankings as of my top 36 running backs, wide receivers, top 16 quarterbacks, tight ends, along with my top 12 kickers and defenses. These rankings include players from this morning. Of course, does include the players within the Jets and, of course, Minnesota Vikings game. As soon as that game kicks off, I'll change the rankings and exclude those players and then add new players to the list that weren't already on it. But, of course, if you have any questions in regards to today's morning game in London, that's what we'll kind of attack first and foremost. I know that there's a lot of players that are so questionable, and we're still trying to determine whether or not we can play guys. For example, like a Trey McBride, whether or not his status is going to be, I guess, made public prior to the game. That's a for certain kind of thing, but it happens in probably 4+ hours. Actually, no, it actually happens in 7 hours from now, considering they play the 1 p.m. PST slot. But either way, answering questions. Hope you guys are doing well. I see many of birthday wishes in the chat. It is not my birthday, but according to the live stream, it has been my birthday for 7 consecutive days. We'll take it. I mean, listen, I'm more than happy. Thank you very much. Thank you for the birthday wishes. Let's get into answering some questions, shall we? Again, if you guys are going to send in a question, whether that is in the live chat or in the super chat, regardless of which form you do send them in, obviously super chat will take priority. But be sure to include your scoring format. Whether it's half PPR, standard, half PPR, full PPR, doesn't matter, all of it. The more context you provide, the easier it'll be for me to answer the question, and we'll be good to go. But understand that all the rankings that are on screen as of this current moment in time, in regards to these rotating rankings, those set precedent as of, the intrapositional rankings, okay? So if you ask me, Andrew, would you rather play Josh Allen or Joe Burrow? Allen's at number 1, Burrow's at number 8, so we'll play Josh Allen theoretically, right? Cool. All right. Also, final thing before I answer questions, of course, the game starts in about 25 minutes, so I'll try to get quickly into some of these questions that may have to do with today's game that we'll be, of course, watching while we live stream here. But if you guys are members of the Patreon, those rankings have already been posted. You can go ahead and download the Excel sheet and then check out the rankings, all-inclusive, half PPR, full PPR, flex, all that kind of rankings. And then for those of you who sign up using code Andrew via Underdog as of August 1st, 2024 to yesterday, prior to midnight, those rankings have already also been sent out via email. So check your email and make sure you check your spam folder. Thank you. Okay, let's get into answering questions with our first one from Travis Knott, who says, in a full PPR, start Wicks over Wilson. Yes, I would play Dontavion Wicks over Garrett Wilson today in a full PPR scoring format. Thank you for the question, Travis. Best of luck. Carlos E. Pena sends in a question. Says, quarterback streaming this week. Trevor Lawrence, Daniel Jones, Joe Flacco. Yeah, between the three of them, because I would assume Daniel Jones is the only Jones at quarterback, right? I would have to assume that is the case here. Yeah. So as of those three, Trevor Lawrence and Flacco are significantly ranked higher. Obviously, with Daniel Jones not having Malik Neighbors, it is not as pleasant of a potential stream. So we'll play Trevor Lawrence in that circumstance this week. Thank you. So then we move on to Alex Songgrass. Thank you, Alex. He says, in a 6-point per passing touchdown league, Mahomes or Darnold? I'd honestly just rather play Darnold as of right now. Yeah, but between the two of them, I understand that Darnold technically has a more difficult matchup, but as a whole, he's been playing significantly better. That offense starts out hot, while on the other hand, we have Mahomes slow to start, and also, obviously, we all know, has far less weapons based on all the injuries that have taken place with no Pacheco and Rashee Rice. So yeah, I'll lean in the direction of Darnold this morning. As for your follow-up question, standard scoring Chase or Wicks? I'm assuming if Chase is Jamar Chase, he gets the start regardless. He's an automatic. If Chase is like Chase Brown, then you'll play Wicks. But otherwise, yeah, Jamar Chase always takes the kind of designated start in that circumstance. Also, moving on to your next question. Also, standard scoring, flex start Brian Robinson or Dontavion Wicks. In a standard scoring format, it's very difficult to trust the wide receiver in comparison to these running backs that are going to get the ample volume of touches, yardage, potentially even a rushing touchdown in this circumstance. So I'm probably leaning towards playing Brian Robinson. In a half PPR, it's a little bit different. Let me see where I have, because I don't do standard rankings, so I don't even have a projection model for it. But as it currently stands, if I'm just looking at, in a half PPR, I have Brian Robinson ahead of Wicks. So in a standard league, it'll continue to, lean in his direction, Alex. Thank you. As for your final question, Tracy, Downs, Sermon. In a full PPR, I'd rather play Josh Downs above the rest. Thank you. Alex Semedo sends in a question. Says, Garrett Wilson or Sermon? I know I asked yesterday, but just want to double check. Yeah, between the two of them, if it's any sort of PPR, half PPR circumstance, it's Garrett Wilson. I'd only ever lean in the direction of playing Trey Sermon in a standard scoring format because, it'd be a little bit more touchdown dependent in that circumstance. But yeah, if it's a half PPR, full PPR, I'm still confident in Garrett Wilson at the moment. As for your next question, will Njoku be good to start today on a snap count? I mean, they said that he's going to be more limited than usual. I don't know if I want to take that at its face value. Again, the people who reported whether he was going to be, or who specifically reported that he's going to be on a snap count, I don't really trust to. I'll just put it this way. There are some reporters that you can take at face value when they say someone's going to be limited, they're actually going to be limited. There are others that we have tested over the last couple seasons, and anytime that they make a report and they make a statement or claim of that nature, oftentimes not as accurate. So I'm firing up Njoku. I've only moved him down one spot in comparison to where I had him earlier this week, which is below Tucker Kraft, which honestly isn't because of this limited nature. It's only because all the injuries and all the missing players within the Green Bay Packers, tight end core. Musgrave's not going to be available. There's no Romeo Doubs. There's no Christian Watson, etc. Thank you, Alex. OJ Running sends in a question. Thank you, OJ. Appreciate it. Says PPR, start Ayuk or Shaheed? As of right now, I have Shaheed ahead of Ayuk. I mean, they're relatively close, but yeah, I do prefer Shaheed. As for your next question, Njoku or Parkinson, I would play Njoku. If you're worried about it, I guess you could technically play Parkinson. Parkinson's got a great overall matchup against Green Bay. Green Bay's given up their fair share of points to opposing tight ends thus far this season. But yeah, I'd prefer to play Njoku and Shaheed in this circumstance. Thank you. Moving on to Justin, who says, Flacco or Darnold? As it currently stands, when the rankings eventually rotate to quarterback on screen, I have Flacco one spot ahead of Darnold. If you want to play Darnold, just so you don't have to pick up Flacco, I have no issue with that at all. Again, it'll kind of open up a roster spot so that at that point you can technically drop Flacco because you won't utilize him. Well, here's the thing. Darnold's going on bye next week. So if you want to go ahead and play Darnold today, not utilize Flacco, drop Flacco, pick up a quarterback for next week because of Sam Darnold's bye week, I think that could be the play. They're one spot differing. So really it's kind of a toss-up. I do prefer Flacco in this circumstance. Don't get it twisted. But again, it's not a significant margin to where I'm saying you have to play Flacco over Darnold. I'm not that adamant about the overall situation. Thank you, Justin. Patrick Morris sends in a question. Says, in a half PPR scoring format, we have Ferguson is my tight end. Flex is Njoku or Sermon. In a half PPR, I'd rather play Sermon. Let me just confirm this really quickly with my rankings. Sermon. Okay, that's where Trey Sermon is. Yeah, Trey Sermon is pretty far ahead of Njoku to the extent to where I'd say, yeah, let's play Trey Sermon in your flex. Leave Ferguson within your tight end position. Patrick, thank you. Appreciate it. All right, to Rod Taylor sends in a question. Says Flowers, Addison, Leggett, Robinson. Okay, so assuming Robinson is DeMarcus, probably. Of the available options you have at your disposal, it's probably going to be Flowers and Addison. Let me see. I don't know what your scoring format is. You didn't mention it. Let's say you play in a full PPR of sorts. Of the players that you mentioned, the two highest ranked I have would be. Let's see here. Where is Addison in comparison? So, like, if you're playing in a full PPR, I'm probably going Leggett and Flowers. If you're playing in a half PPR, yeah, I'd still play with Leggett and Flowers in that circumstance. Those are the two that I prefer. Thank you. Moving on to Austin H., who says, can't believe this. Full PPR, Tyreek Hill or Xavier Worthy? In a full PPR, I'll just take Tyreek Hill. That's fine by me. I will take the potential of a lot of screen passes going in his direction to just feel comfortable about that. That's fine. Yeah. I mean, it's not even a matter of like, I'm just telling you, no, in my full PPR rankings, as it currently stands, I do have Tyreek Hill over Worthy. In a half PPR, not as, clean, because obviously we're looking for the big play upside. But yeah, Tyreek Hill, full PPR, I'll take it over Worthy. Chronofied sends in a question. Says, good morning. Good morning to you as well, Chronofied. Pick two, Zay Flowers, JSN, Wan'Dale Robinson, or Tyrone Tracy. Out of the available options here, I don't know what your scoring format is, but let's say you're playing in a half or full PPR. Wan'Dale Robinson and Zay Flowers are probably the two plays that I'd go with. Let me go ahead and see if I have Flowers ahead of Tracy in a full PPR, just so I can confirm this. I do, yeah. So Flowers and Wando Robinson would be the two suggestions as of this group. Chronofied, thank you. Levant had sent in a super, but there wasn't anything attached to it. So let me see if I can go and find it in the live chat. Again, for those of you who are joining us this morning, yes, it is early. Technically, it's like, what, 6:12 a.m. over here, Pacific Standard Time. It's somewhat early here. I'd say that it's somewhat early. It's not a crazy overall situation, but of course, my YouTube crashes again. Man, the last week, this YouTube wants to crash all the time. All right, Levant, let's see if you're in the live chat. Okay. So can I get this to work? Yeah, Levant, do me a favor. Copy paste your question into the live chat. Whatever was supposed to be attached to your super never got attached. So if you could do me the favor and just type it in live chat, it'd be greatly appreciated. Thank you. Until then, let me go ahead and just continue on answering questions. Let's go here. So we can continue the momentum. Okay, so after Levant, the next question came in from Toby Martin. Toby, thank you. Says, lots of love, Andrew. Thanks for all the help. Toby, was there any question? I don't know. Is it just a general statement? If it's a general statement, then thank you very much. Much love to you as well. But if there was a question that needed to be attached, I don't think there was, because I don't see you having typed in the live chat. So I think you're good to go, Toby. If you do have any questions, just throw it in there. Thank you. Moving on to Flawless, who says Garrett Wilson or Dell in the flex. Yeah, we'd rather play Garrett Wilson, for sure. Full PPR, Garrett Wilson is a nightmare. Yeah, no, I'm not as worried in comparison to having to trust Dell coming off the injury and all that kind of jazz. Yeah, I'd feel far more comfortable playing Garrett Wilson in this circumstance, especially considering, if how we expect this game to go is going to be that the Minnesota Vikings take an early lead like they take every single game, then the chances are that they're going to be throwing for majority of the second half of this game, and Garrett Wilson should be implied to have a lot more potential opportunity share within the upcoming contest. And, of course, a lot of wide receivers have found success against this secondary in a lot of these circumstances. Thank you. We move on to Connor McCombs, who sends in a super but nothing attached to it. So Levant and Connor is who we're looking for. So let's go find Levant. Levant said, in a half PPR format, who should I put in my flex spot? Kareem Hunt, Rashid Shaheed, Ramondre Stevenson, Zach Moss, JSN. Okay, so as of right now, it's either between Hunt or Shaheed. Let me see who I have ranked higher in a half PPR, and then I'll let you know. Let's see here. So as it currently stands in a half PPR, I have Kareem Hunt ranked higher. But those would be the top two. If you had two available spots, then that's how we would go about it. We'd go with Hunt and Shaheed. But if you have one spot, we'll take Kareem Hunt and start him. Again, he's pretty much the full and away starter. Clyde Edwards is not active this week. Samaje and, of course, Carson Steele aren't going to get much of a, utilization share within the rushing game. And additionally, he's also the more, I guess, in my opinion, and at least based on the usage overall, he's the more implied kind of receiving back within this overall offense. Thank you. All right, let's see if I can find McComb's question. Okay, he sent in another question because the first one didn't get attached. Okay, got it. He said, good morning, Andrew. In a half PPR, Amari Cooper or Josh Downs in the flex if Flacco starts. Thank you for the question, Connor. Again, do not forget, guys, the rankings right here, up here, that continue to filter through, they are for a half PPR. So once the wide receiver section pops up, it can pretty much be answered yourself, but I do appreciate you sending in that super chat. In regards to the answer to that question, as it currently stands, I have Josh Downs 2 spots behind Amari Cooper. So Amari Cooper's my number 22 wide receiver of the remaining wide receivers, and Josh Downs is 24. So I just play Amari Cooper there against the Washington Commanders defense. Thank you. Appreciate it. All right, moving on. Let's go ahead. Let's get to the next question on hand. We move on to a question that comes in from Chris All In. Chris, hope you're doing well. It says, in a full PPR, Kareem Hunt or Flowers? Honestly, I'd rather just play Kareem Hunt there. Again, say Flowers, very much so dependent on how the game script is going to go. I expect the Baltimore Ravens to have a lead early in this game, which will kind of lessen the overall impact of the passing game and Flowers, unfortunately. But yeah, I'll take Kareem Hunt there. Sam Neimer sends in a question. Says, hey, Andrew, just curious, with Zamir White out, what makes Kareem Hunt a more viable option than Alexander Mattison? I have both, just curious. I mean, just looking at the offenses as a whole. Okay, so first and foremost, offense as a whole. Alexander Mattison would legitimately, if he's going to be a more viable option, would have to be able to get himself receiving utilization, which I'm already implying on Kareem Hunt's overall upside. Additionally, when I look at the matchups by themselves, I do not like the Denver Broncos matchup at all, not even to the slightest bit. So Madison between the two of them, I mean, again, they're not that far separated. I think Madison is still like a top 24 ranked back in my overall rankings. Where is he at? Yeah, he's number 23. I just don't trust that he's going to have all of that receiving work, or it's even going to be consistent. Because like there are games over the course of this season thus far that it just comes and goes. Even in a negative game script where just Gardner will just stop targeting the running backs, which doesn't make any sense to me. That kind of inconsistency, I just don't want to put any investment in. So I just try to lean towards the player that I know, hey, this player is going to get more touches. They're going to run the ball for majority of the game. It could be a situation with Denver where he barely gets overall rushing attempts, even with Zamir out, because they just refuse to run the ball because they're down in the game, or the running game just doesn't find success in any sort of capacity. So yeah, the Alexander Mattison situation is just a matter of like, I don't trust the offense. Therefore, I don't trust the players within it outside of perhaps Brock Bowers, and that's about it. Braxy sends in a question, says in a full PPR, Marvin Harrison, BTJ, or Wicks. In a full PPR, this is how I have them ranked in order. Let's go check this out. So full PPR, I have Marvin Harrison number 1. I have Wicks number 2, and I have BTJ number 3. That's the order at which I have it. Thank you. Gary sends in a question, says full PPR, start 4. We have Garrett Wilson, Debo, Ayuk, Brian Robinson, and BTJ. Okay, let me check where I have these guys in my full PPR rankings. Based on how I'm going to assume that it's going to pan out, it's going to be like Debo, BTJ. Let's see, where's the other options here? So if I'm looking at my flex rankings, all right, so where's Garrett Wilson? Garrett Wilson's there. And then what are your other alternative options? Ayuk, Brian Robinson. Okay, Ayuk and Brian Robinson. So basically that's the final leg of this overall situation, which at that point I have Brian Robinson. So my suggestion here, Gary, would be Debo, Brian Robinson, BTJ, Garrett Wilson. Thank you. George Garcia sends in a question, says, yo, who plays that banger in the intro? That's a great question. The song's name is Double Helix. If you find the song itself, you will find the artist. I used to know the name of it. People have asked me. I don't even remember anymore. It's been that long. But I know that it's called Double Helix. That's for sure. Thanks for everything. I'm 3-1 because of you. Yep, let's make it 4-1. Thank you, George. Appreciate it. Steel Will 457 sends in a question. Says full PPR Warren for Tracy. I have no other running backs. Yeah, absolutely. Let's drop Warren. Again, he's dealing with a knee injury. That's pretty significant. So I don't think he'll be playing for quite some time here. John's Wall says full PPR. Pick one, Wan'Dale Robinson or Michael Pittman Jr. Yeah, clear and away, without a doubt in my mind, I'm playing Michael Pittman Jr. I understand that you may have concerns with the weather in Jacksonville. Until I see actual physical evidence that the weather is uncontrollably terrible, until I actually see physical evidence, I am the person to never ask about weather, because I am always going to play my studs regardless of weather. So do not come to me asking, Andrew, are you worried about weather? I will 100% of the time tell you, nope, not worried at all. Unless we have a Monday Night Football game between the Bills and New England Patriots from back in 2021, where quite literally Mac Jones completed the game with 1 passing completion. Until we get to those kind of weather concerns, I don't care. Full PPR, pick one, Justice Hill or Chase Brown. Between the two of them, I'll take Justice Hill there. Thank you, John's Wall. Colin Smith sends in a question, says Jerome Ford or Brian Robinson? I will take Brian Robinson there pretty comfortably. He's already been designated to play, and there's no problem. Iceberg sends in a question. It says full PPR, Garrett Wilson or BTJ in the flex? I have BTJ ranked higher. Thank you. Terod Taylor says full PPR, flex, Jerome Ford, Devon Achane, Trey Sermon. In a full PPR, I'll take Jerome Ford there. Thank you. Connor McCombs, we took care of you before. Okay, thank you. Darren Hopkins says Worthy, Downs, JSN, full PPR. I'll take Downs out of those available options. Thank you. Creighton Life sends in a question, says Addison this morning or Downs later? I'll take Downs later. Yeah, that's the preferred of the two. Mainly because, again, Joe Flacco's influence. Chris Herrera sends in a question. Says it's pouring rain in Jacksonville. Don't care. Again, you guys can tell me these things. Until I see physical evidence 5 minutes before the game that is going to be the case, you cannot. I'm telling you guys, I've played this game for too long. I've done these live streams. I've done rankings. I've done fantasy football for far too long to be worried about rain right now in comparison to how it's going to look in 4 hours. Trust me. Trust me. Just relax. Do not overthink it. Pick 3 full PPR. Wilson, Pittman, Wicks, Amari Cooper. Thanks. Yeah, listen, if Wilson is Garrett Wilson, I'll take Garrett Wilson, I'll take Michael Pittman, and I'll take Wicks there out of those options. Thank you. Matt JB1 says half PPR. Do I drop Braylon for Swift? Yes, absolutely. I don't have Brees, and my other running backs are HM, Pacheco, and Brooks. Yeah, you absolutely should have already picked them up for sure. So yeah, pick them up and play them this week with HM. Thank you. Cyanide sends in a question. Says, I need a kicker. Need a kicker? Really? Is that what the question is? It says need K. Half PP. Okay, maybe, I don't know if you need a kicker. But either way, the kicker rankings rotate on screen. Says half PPR Fields / Hurts. Okay. We have JT, Connor, Ford, Sermon, Dobbins, Braylon Allen, AJB, Devontae Adams. My YouTube crashed again. Fantastic. Would love to see it. Now I got to go find the question again. Where's Cyanide? All right, there you go. DJ Moore, Flower, Shaheed. Who to drop? Wicks on free agent too. Okay, so this is the way that I'd run this, right? Looking at your team as a whole, Devontae Adams should be in the IR. If you can't put him in the IR or you don't have an available spot in that circumstance, you're forced to have to drop Braylon Allen. That's just it. You don't really have any alternative options as of right now. And then outside of that, I think the next best thing to do would theoretically be to you can go about this a couple ways, right? So like Braylon Allen probably gets dropped there in order to pick up your kicker because again, you don't really have anything else that is droppable per se. But if you can move Devontae Adams to the IR spot and then pick up Wicks and play him over one of those other wide receivers that you have, that's probably also another great overall move in that circumstance, Cyanide. So yeah, drop Braylon Allen and move Devontae Adams to the IR and pick up Wicks and play him over those other wide receivers. Thank you. Nelson Morales Jr. says, Sam Darnold or Jaden Daniels. I have Addison. I'm still going to play Jaden Daniels there. Again, that offense quite literally has only punted once in the last, 3 games? They've had like 16 scoring drives in the last couple games here. And the guy has an 80% passing completion percentage on the season and has rushing upside. There's no way I'm not starting Daniels. I'm not saying like he's going to be perfect all season long. There are going to be defenses that eventually give him trouble. But as of right now, it doesn't look like of all defenses, the Cleveland Browns are going to be that problem. AJ sends in a question. Says full PPR up 72-0. Pick 2 flex. Wilson, Ayuk, stack with Purdy or Najee. I mean, as of right now, full PPR flex. Am I playing Najee over Ayuk? I probably am. I am playing Najee over Ayuk. So it'd be Garrett Wilson and Najee there. AJ. Hall and Henry are my running backs. Kincaid is a tight end. Worthy on the bench. Yeah, I mean, look, at this point, Garrett Wilson and Najee would take the priority, AJ. Thank you. Jose Rodriguez says full PPR start set. We have Fields, we have Hunt, we have Walker, we have Olave, Wilson, Conklin, Higgins, Trey Sermon, Dak, Freiermuth, Waddle, Dowdle. Very well. I mean, look, at this point, Fields, Hunt, Walker, that's fine. Olave, Wilson, yep. Conklin at tight end. Higgins at, yep, you're fine. Nothing out of the ordinary there. I think you're good to go with starting Sermon, Wilson, all those kind of guys. Yeah, you're good to go there, Jose. Thank you. Jen Palomo says, PPR Addison or Flowers? As of right now, I have Flowers ahead of Addison in a PPR. Lamosity says, keep McLaurin or Deontay Johnson for rest of season. I'd rather have McLaurin rest of season. Thank you. Heisenberg sends in a question, says, full PPR, drop Tyrone Tracy or Bigsby for Colby Parkinson. I'd rather drop Tank Bigsby. Again, Singletary is dealing with a groin injury. That's not a 1-week repair. That's going to be a multi-week issue. Tristan Ewing says, drop Waddle to pick up Tucker rest of season. No, you got to keep Waddle. Thank you. Dan Radley says, Wan'Dale Robinson or Olave in a full PPR. I feel like, let me see here. Full PPR, I have Wan'Dale Robinson as my number 13 overall wide receiver. I have Olave as my number 14. So I have him one spot ahead of Olave. So to answer your question, yes, I would play Wan'Dale Robinson there. All Rise 99 says, pick 2 in a PPR. Keenan Allen, Judy, or Sermon. I'll take Sermon and Judy there. Thank you. Anvesh sends in a question, says, Leggett or Tyrone Tracy in the flex full PPR. Let me check where I've ranked Tyrone. Leggett is ahead of Tyrone Tracy. Thank you. Vic84 says, good morning. Full PPR, flex Hall or T. Higgins. Let me see who I have ranked higher in a full PPR. As it stands, I still do have Brees Hall ahead of him. Thank you. Kyle Davis says, I have Josh Allen, Bijan, Gibbs, sub Dowdle this week, very well. Nico Collins, Reed, Kincaid. I need to pick a flex between BTJ, Kirk, and JSN. Thanks, man. Yeah, BTJ will get the start. BTJ and Kirk are the most valuable of those three options, and I'll just stick with BTJ. I'd like to play Kirk as well. I have them back-to-back ranked in a full PPR. So really, you don't have the option to play both of them because, again, you just have too many good options of wide receiver. But yeah, BTJ would be my suggestion. Thank you. Larcotics sends in a question. Says, happy birthday, my brother. Yeah, thank you. I hope you have a wonderful day. Start Michael Pittman over DJ Moore in a PPR format. Michael Pittman over DJ Moore. Yes, absolutely. Got Lamb, Evans, Reed, and McLaurin starting. Yep, perfect. I have to stack it with JD Daniels. Yep, no problem. You're good to go. Thank you, Larcotics. All right, Monil Patel says, half PPR Charbonnet or Tracy? Yeah, we'll play Tracy by far and away. Not even close. Heavy Jugs sends in a question. Says, T-Law or Trevor Lawrence or Joe Flacco? Yeah, we'll play Trevor Lawrence this week. Playing versus Pittman? Yeah, either way, I prefer Trevor Lawrence. I think he has just as much upside, higher floor production, and also rushing ability. Daniel sends in a question. Says, full PPR. Pick a flex between Leggett, Coleman, Whittington, Ford, Sermon, and Chase Brown. In a full PPR between the bunch, it's either between Leggett or Ford. I'm going to check the rankings right now. I believe it's going to be Jerome Ford. Yeah, Jerome Ford is the highest ranked player of those that I just mentioned in your question, Daniel. So that's the direction I go in, Jerome Ford. Thank you, Daniel. Lamosity says, in a half PPR, start McLaurin, Kirk, or Deontay Johnson in the flex. In a half PPR, I have Deontay Johnson ranked the highest. And then it would be McLaurin second, then Christian Kirk third. Thinking Deontay Johnson, but Kirk's matchup looks great. Yeah, I mean, look, he's got a great matchup as a whole, but in a half PPR, less reliable in this circumstance. Even with Ingram probably not playing, I'd still play Deontay there. Luis sends in a question. Says, in a half PPR, flex 1, we have Mondre, Rome Odunze, Keon Coleman. Between those 3.5 PPR, I'd rather just play Ramondre Stevenson and still get whatever production I'm able to. Craigslist user says, in a 10-team half PPR, ETN or Wicks? Let me check who I have ranked higher at the moment. If I go to half PPR and I go and I check Control F for Wicks. As it currently stands, I do have Wicks ahead of ETN in the flex. Where the heck is ETN anyway? Yeah, I have him 2 spots ahead of ETN in a half PPR flex format. So Craigslist, I would play Dontavion this week. Thank you. Anvesh K says, full PPR, Leggett or Tyrone Tracy? I believe it's Leggett. Let me just confirm this. Yes, I do have Leggett over Tyrone in a full PPR. Thank you. Scano 6839 says, full PPR 3, Hill, Tyreek, Kirk, Moore, Worthy. Okay, so Hill, Terry, Kirk, Moore, Worthy. The way that I'd go about this, Scano, would be playing Terry McLaurin, Christian Kirk, and DJ Moore. Those are the 3 that I would trust. Thank you. Nas sends in a question. Says, Leggett, Jawan Jennings, Lazard, Keenan Allen, Addison, Wan'Dale Robinson. Wan'Dale Robinson gets the start. Besides him, I'd probably go with Addison and Leggett. Those would be the 3 that I'd prefer. Wan'Dale Robinson, Jordan Addison, Xavier Leggett, Nas. Thank you. Nelson Morales Jr. says, Sam Darnold or Jaden Daniels? Yeah, I'm just going to play Jaden Daniels there 10 times out of 10. Thank you. Legendary One says, Higgins, Leggett, Addison, Shaheed, Wan'Dale Robinson, start 2, flex 1. Yeah, that's very simple in my mind. Wan'Dale Robinson's 1, Higgins 2, Shaheed number 3. Thank you. All right, so this game theoretically should have began. Does anybody know what channel this game is going to be on? Or do I need to stream it on the phone? That's the question. Max sends in a question. Says, PPR, start Zach Moss or Tyrone Tracy? I have Zach Moss slightly ahead of Tracy. Worried about the Ravens matchup and the Browns, even though Moss... Sorry, and Brown, as in Chase Brown. Okay, even though Moss has been good. Also, Brandon Ayuk or BTJ. Yeah, BTJ over Brandon Ayuk. I'm perfectly fine playing Moss. Again, he is the preferred receiving back of that team. So even if it becomes a negative game script, he's still implicated for a pretty good share of overall usage. So yeah, I'm comfortable playing Moss there, and BTJ is by far and away the better option. iShine101 says, need 2 running backs and 1 flex. We have half PPR, Zach Moss, Trey Sermon, Josh Downs, Tutu Atwell, Tyrone Tracy, and Jaleel McLaughlin. Okay, the 2 running backs that I play out of this group we're going to play Moss and we're going to play Sermon in a half PPR. As for your flex, I'm just going to roll with Downs there. Thank you very much, iShine. Rocco says, standard league, play Ford over Wicks or BTJ. In a standard scoring format, no, I wouldn't. I just play Wicks and BTJ there. Quinn sends in a question, says, Downs or Wan'Dale Robinson, and then Geno or Flacco. I'd rather, as of right now, as it currently stands, I'd rather play Wan'Dale Robinson over Downs. And then I do have Geno over Flacco. Thank you. So basically, you'll be watching the Giants versus the Seahawks game today. Quinn says, okay, so we took care of Quinn. Thank you. Carlos Lori says, Worthy or Hunt? Yeah, I'd rather play Hunt there. Dave says, Dak, more of a streamer quarterback. Could pick up Love, but nervous about dropping Dak. The issue is Dak the offense as a whole is significantly lesser in comparison to where it was last season. Now, unless they flip the switch, especially going up against Pittsburgh, I don't love the overall matchup. It's not to say that he's not going to be able to succeed. I just don't love the matchup as a whole in comparison to the alternative options at quarterback this week. So if you have an opportune time to pick up Jordan Love, I mean, that would be the preferred option rest of season. So if you can, do yourself that favor. Maybe drop something else if you're worried about dropping Dak, but I'd be very comfortable making that swap. All right, let's see. Does NFL Plus have this this game on, or is it like a, let's see here, NFL Plus maybe? Or is this game on some other platform? It is on NFL Plus. All right, click to watch. Boom, I got it. All right, so let's move this to the other monitor, and let's do this. Rodgers and the boys taking the field. We'll see how this goes. All right. Moving on, answering continued questions. Again, for those of you joining us this morning, welcome. Hope you guys are doing well. I see many of you leaving to go watch the game. Enjoy. But for those of you who stay along, we will be here for the next 3.5 hours answering, fantasy-related questions in just a moment. If you guys sent in a super chat and it included a player in the game that just started, apologies again. Hopefully, we get everything settled, and you've already made the right decision based on the rankings that kind of sit around me. But time will tell. Okay. Oh, you know what? Now that the game is actually fully established and began, let me go ahead and change the rankings that are on screen. So yeah, give me a moment here. So let's go ahead and let's do this. I need to just add these rankings to the list. So really quickly, let's do this. And then I need to delete these. Okay, so that should be it. So now the rankings that are over here will no longer include players that are in the game that just began. So the game that just began, Jets versus Minnesota Vikings, the players are no longer included there. I have taken out, Aaron Jones. You will not see him on the list. You'll not see Justin Jefferson there anymore. Those guys are gone, and I just moved up other wide receivers onto the top 36 format, etc. Okay, cool. All right, continue on with some of these questions. We have Austin M, who says, PPR, 1 running back, 1 wide receiver, 1 flex. We have Sermon, we have Hunt, we have DJ, we have Wicks, we have Amari. Okay, cool. Of the available, Kareem Hunt is your running back, Dontavion Wicks is your wide receiver, and DJ Moore would be your flex in a full PPR. Thank you, Austin. Appreciate it. Flotation Swag says Hurts, ETN for Fields, Addison, Braylon. Go or no? No. I'd rather have Hurts and ETN rest of the season. Thank you, Flotation. Yeah, people in your league, the trades that you've showed me recently, Flotation, people are just trying to, they're literally trying to scam you. I don't know. It just doesn't seem like, it doesn't seem very kosher. They're just trying to fleece you at every possible opportune time, which is kind of messed up. But I guess it's just the nature of trades in this climate. All right, thank you very much, Flotation. Says Jerry. Okay, next question comes in from Jerry Gonzalez. Jerry, thank you. Says in a PPR, 3 wide receivers and flex, we have Myers, Dell, Tutu, Stevenson, and Adunze. Very well. So a wide receiver 3 and a flex. Of those available options, I just need to see where I have Stevenson ranked in a full PPR, and then I think we'll be good to go to answer that. So Stevenson, in comparison, is significantly lower than the rest of them in a full PPR format. So if I was going to make a suggestion of 2 wide receivers or 2 options to play there, Jerry Gonzalez, it'd be Myers and Dell. Those would be the 2 that I'd roll with. Thank you. Jeff Joyner has sent in something, but there was nothing attached to it, Jeff. So let's see if I can get to your question. Let's see here. Jeff Joyner. Okay, there you go. It says full PPR, Roshan or Stevenson. I'd rather play Stevenson there. I think that's just the easier play of the bunch. Okay, let's see here. So the first quarters began. Of course, a quick 3 and out from one side of these. Oh my God. Okay, that's not even a reception, right? That's got to just be an immediate incomplete pass. That's not even a fumble. Okay, let's see here. Okay, we took care of that. Anthony Richardson was downgraded to doubtful, but it's considered very likely that the Colts, Joe Flacco, will start it. I mean, yeah, Adam Schefter is 12 hours in the past. The brother doesn't even know what's going on, and he's the insider. All right, moving on. We had a question that came in from Brandon Adams. Thank you, Brandon. It says start 2 between BTJ, DJ Moore, Kareem Hunt, Wan'Dale Robinson in a full PPR. I'd start BTJ and Wan'Dale Robinson out of your available 4 options. Thank you, Brandon. Raiders 21 or 121 sends in a question. Full PPR, Keenan Allen, Leggett, Akers. Between the 3, I'd rather just play Leggett. Thank you. Kristen Ewing says same question, but Tucker, but sub JSN for Waddle. No, I'd still rather have JSN rest of season and Waddle rest of season in comparison to Tucker. And I'd also rather play JSN over Tucker today if you had the option to do so. Thank you. Sal Palumbo sends in a question. Thank you, Sal. He says, I got Daniels, Achane, Sermon, Godwin, Deontay, CD, Downs, Muth, bench, Jameson, Charbonnet, who got the receptions at Johnny Munt? Yeah. Sharp, Tracy, Roshan, Singletary. I got offered Pickens, Cooper, Terry, Chase Brown for CD, Jameson, Downs, half PPR. Do you really need that much depth? I mean, just looking at your team as a whole. So you have Achane, Sermon, Godwin, Deontay, CD, Downs. I think ultimately, the depth that's being offered to you is fine, Sal, but the issue that I have is like how many wide receivers can you theoretically start in this league in a specific week? Is it only like 2 starting wide receivers and then 1 flex? Like if that's what it is, then I don't think I make this trade because I'd rather just play Deontay, CD, and Godwin rest of the season. But if you're in a league where it's like 3 wide receivers and 2 flex, then I'd be more open to making a trade of this kind of capacity. Thank you, Sal. Cody Shannon says full PPR, Higgins or Hunt in the flex. Let me check my rankings. Full PPR, I have Higgins there, and I have, where the heck is Hunt? I have Higgins ahead of Hunt by a pretty good margin. So I played T. Higgins there tonight against the Baltimore Ravens. Thank you. We Buy Homes says in a non-PPR Wicks over Deontay Johnson. Yes, I think I'm pretty comfortable. Well, I got to think about that actually. In a non-PPR, where do I have them in a half? So in a half PPR, I have Deontay Johnson there, and I have Wicks there. Do I feel more comfortable? I mean, I think in a non-PPR, it's just really who scores the touchdown. Between the 2 of them, I would assume the matchup against the Rams is that much easier to where he's probably more implied to score, but you're also playing Reed. At this point, I do have Deontay Johnson higher in a half. I probably still have him higher in a full. But if you want to play both Wicks and Reed, I don't have an issue with it. I think they're both, I don't think there's a wrong answer there, to be totally honest. We Buy Homes. Thank you. All right, let's see here. What's going to go on with this drive? Is Sam Darnold just going to cook all the way down the field? Incomplete to Jefferson. Moving on. We had Shavana Walker. I don't even know how to pronounce that first name. But either way, Walker, thank you. Leggett, Kirk, or Tucker? Need 2. Yeah, Leggett and Kirk would be the suggestion. Thank you. Mark Patterson sends in a question. Says full PPR, Olave or McLaurin? I'll take Olave there. What's your reasoning? Primarily just because of the overall usage within the offense. McLaurin has to really, at this point over the course of the season, if he doesn't make a huge deep ball play, there is pretty much no chance for him to be a high contributor within the offense. The deep ball is the only thing that has really kept him alive over the course of the last 2 weeks. Outside of that, his overall ADOT has been awful prior to that. So I'd just rather take the overall usage that Olave's gotten 3 consecutive games of 80-plus receiving yards and not having to rely upon that deep ball, which again, oftentimes in man coverage is not the easiest play to make on a consistent basis. Especially when there's always the possibility of like, you can get those opportunities, but in fantasy, if there's a defensive penalty, any sort of pass interference, like you're just screwed at that point. All right, let's see here. We move on to a question that comes in from Arda, who says, drop Braylon Allen for Birdie? You mean Purdy, right? I have Fields. If yes, start? ? I don't think I'm dropping Braylon Allen for Purdy. I'm just going to start Fields today. Thank you. I have Fields ranked higher. Lil Boy Blue sending a question. Nothing attached to it. Let's see if I can find it in the live chat. Let's see here. Lil Boy Blue says, hey, Andrew, sorry for the long question. In a 12-man full PPR, I have Hurts, Dobbins, Rashad White, Mostert, Roshan, Jamar, Debo, Cup, Wicks, Mooney, Pitts, Kraft. I traded... Did they barely get the first down? Almost. I traded Baker, Kareem Hunt, and Shakir for JT and Sermon. Thoughts? Yeah, that's a perfect trade. Again, you already have a quarterback in Jalen Hurts, and you made a massive upgrade to get JT, that once he's healthy, you're good to go. And you also have his backup so you know, over the next couple of weeks, you're still in a pretty solid position. That's a great trade, little boy blue. Well done. All right, moving on. We had a question that came in from Larcotics, who sends in a follow-up. Says, no Neighbors, Rashee Rice, or A.J. Brown this week. Forced to move DeMarcus Robinson to my wide receiver 3. That sucks, okay? Do I play Kraft at the wide receiver, or do I play Darius Slayton from the waivers, PPR? Let me see where I have Slayton in comparison to him. Where are we at? So if we look up full PPR, Kraft. So as it currently stands, I do have Tucker Kraft. Let's see, where's Slayton? Yeah, I have him ahead of Darius Slayton as of today. I don't think Darius Slayton's a bad play. I just prefer to play Kraft in that circumstance if you have an opportunity to do so. I do have Slayton ahead of DeMarcus Robinson, though. So that's what I would actually prefer to do. Now, the issue is, what are you going to drop in order to pick up Slayton? If you have to drop DeMarcus Robinson, I'm perfectly fine with that, especially considering the Rams go on. Yeah, the Rams go on to their bye week next week. So don't mind it. All right, we had a question that came in from Champs Reef 303, who says, hey, Andrew, in a full PPR, pick 4. We have Wicks, DJ, Cooper, Ayuk, BTJ, Leggett. I have Rice and Cup out. Got it. No problem. Of the available options you have here, Wicks, DJ Moore, BTJ, Amari Cooper. Those would be the 4 that I play, Champs Reef. Thank you. Gary sends in a question. Says, can we set up some more pick'em slips? Can we set up some more? If I get to a position to where I can actually finish all the questions that are being asked comfortably, and we have time to do so, which it may exist over the course of the next 3 hours. I wouldn't say it's out of the realm of possibility. I don't mind putting together a couple picks here. Again, if you want to find picks, go to yesterday's live stream. It's up on the channel. If you go to the channel itself and go to live, and then click on yesterday's stream, go to 1 hour, 30 minutes, and 50 seconds. From that point on, I share all my picks. Thank you. Lamosity sends in a question. Says, trade talks I'm currently in. Which one to shoot for? We have Johnson plus Ferguson for Pitts and Devontae Smith. Okay. Stevenson plus Harrison plus Johnson plus Ferguson for Lamb, Pollard. Okay. Johnson, Ferguson for Hill, Stevenson, Ferguson for Dobbins and Smith. Okay. So of the available options you have here, I'm just trying to see what is the best option, Stevenson. Okay, I think you're giving up a lot just for that trade. That one's a little bit, oof. Okay, so here's the thing. If you trade away Ferguson, Lamosity, do you have another tight end? Probably not, right? That's my question. If you can answer that in the live chat, that'd be greatly appreciated. Was I waiting for someone else to type in the live chat? I don't even know actually anymore. I think I got the joiner's question. So yeah, if you can do me a favor, Lamosity, tell me in the live chat, who is your other tight end besides Ferguson? If you were to trade away Ferguson, would you need one in return? Like, are we more inclined to take that Pitts deal? Like, what's the overall situation with your roster and your tight ends? Thank you. On Vesh says, rest of season defense, is the Jets droppable now? I got the Patriots. The Jets are going to go on bye week. So theoretically, if you need a defense to start for next week, then technically, yes, they can be considered droppable. But that would be the only situation as to why you would. Otherwise, I mean, looking at their upcoming schedule, let's see here. Their upcoming schedule, I don't know if it's pretty. I mean, they take on the Bills. Then, the Jets don't go on a bye week yet? Wait, they go to London, then they don't have a bye? That's crazy. Okay, I thought they went on bye. Minnesota goes on bye. That's interesting. Okay. So they take on Buffalo, Pittsburgh, New England. I mean, I guess against like Pittsburgh and New England, I think their defense would be fine. Against Arizona would be fine. Houston would be okay. Yeah, I don't mind their defense in the long run, rest of the season. I mean, you could drop them, but it's just up to how you want to approach the weekly starts. Usually, I just rather just play matchups rather than have to, over the course of a season, have one defense. Trayshawn Tyson sends in a question, says, full PPR, Ayuk or Ramondre at the flex? Yeah, comfortably going to play Ayuk there. Thank you. Cody Shannon says, full PPR, Connor, Bowers, or BTJ at the flex. I'd rather just play BTJ against the Indianapolis Colts. Thank you. Move on to a question that came in from Stephen Drakes, who says, hey, Andrew, should I play it safe with Kraft instead of McBride, even if he plays, Does Fred Warner's availability mean anything for McBride? No, it doesn't mean anything. The overall coverage that McBride is going to see is typically not going to be from Fred Warner, especially if they're going to play in any sort of man situation. They'll just move their nickel corner over to cover him, or they'll just drop down to safety. So it's not really much of a concern in regards to Fred Warner's availability. If it's me, I'm very much so comfortable playing McBride as long as he's active. So again, I think the rib situation is something that has popped up just because they want to be safe, and obviously they have to legally report it, but I don't think it's going to be something that impacts him heavily. So I'm comfortable with it. Okay. I think we've caught up pretty much. I got to make sure I didn't skip anything. I'm looking for, of course, Lamosity to tell me what his deal is with tight ends, and then we'll be good to go. Instead of that, I also want to check this out. How much time is left in this quarter? I don't even know if there's that much time left. I think it's kind of disappearing pretty quickly here. Are they just running the ball the whole time? Yeah, they are running the ball pretty quickly, or running the clock out. About halfway done. Okay. So let's go to the live chat. Let's see where Lamosity's at. Lamosity says, I'm currently 4-0, want to win the league. Yep, okay. All right, so I got to ban this person in the chat. Let's see here. Hide user from channel. Yeah, that was a nice spam. Good luck. Good night. This is another one of these bullshitters. Hide channel. Yep. And this is another one. Wow, this is just a bot account, huh? Interesting. Get all banned. Beautiful. Okay, Lamosity, is there any follow-up from you? What's going on with Brees? I don't know. I'm not watching the game. I got it on the other monitor here, but I'm not watching. Damn, Garrett Wilson's getting his targets, though. That's what we like to see, at least, at very least. All right, continuing on. Let's see here. Andrew, good morning. Kareem Hunt or Rashid Shaheed in a full PPR? Probably going to go with Rashid Shaheed there. Okay, anyway, I'm looking for Lamosity. Where is he? Any context as to what the rest of your tight ends look like? All right, until we get to that response, we'll move on to, let's see here. Wonderful sends in a question. Says, full PPR. Need a flex. Should I start Moss or drop Andrews to pick up Downs or Tutu or Whittington? I have crafted tight end. I do believe that Downs is a significantly better potential play than Moss. But if it requires you to drop Andrews, I probably wouldn't suggest doing it, and I just keep it as is. Thank you. Zach L sends in a question, says, let's see here. I don't even know what that first name is, Zach L. Who's Tardy? That's my question. Reed for Montgomery if I have Gibbs. For insurances, Chase, Neighbors, Smith, Terry, other receivers. Yeah, who the heck is Tardy? That's my question. After we figure that out, I think that'll kind of determine what we want to do in this circumstance. Let me know. Okay, let's see here. Side Night says, Andrew, no IR spot on my roster. So can't put Devonta Adams there. Think Shaheed or Wicks rest of the season. I mean, as of right now, okay, so if we're in a situation where Romeo Doubs actually gets traded, I would probably say that it's Wicks. Now, that's only if he gets traded. If he stays on that team, like, I don't know if Wicks can outvalue Shaheed rest of the season. That's the only thing. So that's a to be determined kind of thing. We don't have enough information to 100% say what the future could look like, because it could look in many different ways. If in fact the trade takes place, if Devonta Adams goes to the Saints, it could look way different. All these kind of different factors that could play into the overall scenario. Red Rose says Carr or Stafford in a full. Yeah, I'd rather just play Carr today. I don't really want to play Stafford this week. All right, let's see here. Moving on to the next question from YG, who says Tucker or Dowdle. I'd rather just play Tucker in a full PPR. Thank you. All right, so I got to find Zach L's response because I don't know who Tardy is. Zach L is nowhere to be found. Very well. Flex and Joku or Dell? At that point, let's see. In a full PPR, who do I have ranked higher? Where's Dell? So I have Dell there. And where do I have Njoku? I have Njoku 3 spots ahead of Dell. Barely ahead of him. Okay, this bot account needs to be banned as well. Good night. Connor or Ford in a full PPR? I have Connor ahead of Ford. Andre Brooks says Jerome Ford or McLaurin in the flex. Full PPR. I'd probably just play McLaurin there pretty confidently. No questions about that one. Zach L says trade. I see. Thank you. Okay, so it's just a straight up Reed for Montgomery. Got it. So trading Reed for Montgomery for insurance purposes. You have Chase, Neighbor, Smith, Terry. Yeah, I'm cool with that. I don't have an issue with that at all. I mean, it's not even just a matter of insurance purposes. Like Montgomery is still a very valuable starter that in your circumstance would play every single week alongside of Gibbs. So you have the 100% maintained value of that backfield. So yeah, I'm cool with that. I don't have an issue with that, Zach. Steve in the chat said Hunt versus Sermon versus Madison. Yeah, I'm cool with just playing Hunt out of the group. Enlo says playing in a super flex, Flacco or Wicks. I'd rather just play Flacco today. I think both are great options, but I'd always default for that quarterback, especially if it's a solid one. Okay, let's see here. Did somebody actually botch the... No, they didn't. Okay. Let's see how this game's going here, huh? Kind of a slow start. Typically, the Vikings are on the board by now with a touchdown. So I'd assume that they score on this drive. Okay, moving on. We had a question that came in from Alex Ruiz. Thank you, Alex. Alex says, in a super flex format, 6 point per passing touchdown, I can only roster 2 quarterbacks. I can't move Anthony Richardson to IR. Would you rather start Flacco or pick up Deshaun Watson and start him? I'd rather just play Flacco today. Thank you. Moving on to Tyler Wilcox, who says, yo, Andrew, can you check chat for mine? Yeah. Let's see where you're at. Tyler Wilcox says, PPR, is anyone worried to start BT? Oh, actually, maybe that's not your question. Let's continue on. There you go. Andrew, sorry for spam. In a PPR, are you worried to start BTJ in the rain? I'm playing against London plus Pitts and need upside. Start 4 between the following. Yeah, I would just play Debo, Olave, BTJ, and Deontay. Again, the weather does not... Again, just wait. I'm telling you the weather is going to subside. I'd be very much so shocked if it didn't. Thank you, Tyler. Appreciate it. All right, McBride or Ferguson? I'd rather just play Ferguson as of this week, Daniel. Not really have to worry about anything, especially considering the target share and usage that we've seen out of Ferguson as of late. It just seems like it's a pretty easy start in that circumstance. Thank you. The Jets offense just hasn't done anything, huh? Let's see here. What's going on? 2nd and 4. Okay, play action. Just dump it. Yikes. Aaron Jones was open for a first down. Didn't even look at him. Okay, Kirk or Shaheed? Depends what your scoring format is. Again, guys, if you guys are going to type in your questions in the chat or send them in via Super Chat, do me a favor and include your scoring format. Otherwise, they're not answerable, technically. I just have to guess at that point as to what you're referring to. Alex Reese says, would I keep Watson as my second QB rest of season? Yeah, you have to, right? If you can only roster 2 quarterbacks, you'd have to keep him because it's a 14-team league. If you drop Watson, someone else is going to pick him up, Alex. So if that's actually your situation, because look, it's a super flex league, right? So if you're playing in a super flex league and you can only roster 2 quarterbacks and you can't move Richardson to IR, theoretically, you would have to drop Richardson to pick up Flacco this week. Or you just take the L. Now, ultimately, your league is just, it's flawed in that circumstance. So if you can only roster 2 quarterbacks and you're forced to drop Richardson this week to pick up Flacco, and then someone's going to beat you on waivers to pick up Richardson next week, and then at that point you will not have 2 quarterbacks the rest of the season, you might as well just take the L this week and not even roll Richardson, or just not even roll a team out there, because if that's how your league is set up, Alex, you're just kind of stuck. All right, continuing on. Let's see here. All right, let's ban this person from the channel because they're just spamming horseshit. Okay. Moving on to a question that came in from Mike. Mike says Achane, Antonio Gibson, or Sermon in a standard scoring format. Between the three of them in a standard scoring format, I'd probably just play Sermon. Thank you. Moving on to a question that came in. Let's see here. It says BTJ or ETN. I think I'd rather just play BTJ as of right now. Again, especially in a full PPR, it just makes it that much easier. Wonderful says, follow-up question, full PPR, Dell or Moss in the flex? I'd rather just play Moss. Thank you. New notifications. What does it say? Nick Mullins in for Sam Darnold. No. What did I miss? What happened to Sam Darnold? I looked down for 2 minutes and the guy gets cracked and it's over? The heck is that? This is a joke, right? There's no way. I'm going to assume that they're joking. It's like a one play thing. B-Rob or Deontay Johnson? Depends on scoring format. Again, if you're going to ask a question, you got to include your scoring format. Thank you. All right, moving on to Stephen Bracken's question. It says, do I have to start Kincaid over McBride due to the game times if McBride doesn't play, or is he for sure playing? There's no guarantee for anything. So yes, you would technically have to play Kincaid just to be safe if there's no other alternative option, which honestly, Kincaid is a good enough option for me to say that, yeah, you should just roll with him. Eric sends in a question, says, Ferguson or Tank Dell in a full PPR? I'd rather play Ferguson. Thank you. Just to Vibe sends in a question. Thank you, Justin, to Vibe. Says, Love or Stroud? Opponent has Diggs. Yeah, regardless of what your opponent has, does not really bar any kind of impact on the decision. I'd rather just play the highest scoring quarterback, who I believe it's going to be Jordan Love today. Thank you. Easy says, full PPR, Wicks or Brian Robinson? I'd rather just play Wicks in a full PPR. Thank you. Was that a reception by Aaron Jones? Well done, Aaron Jones. How much time is left in this first quarter, or has the first quarter already ended? Oh, there's a little bit of time there. And Darnold's back in the game. Beautiful. Could we see the Vikings perhaps get a score here? Or are they just going to field goal this thing out? Oh, my God. Oh, my God. Ty Chandler, what are you doing, bruv? Oh my goodness. That is actually like play the clown music. Bum, bum, na, 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 na. Like, how does the ball ricochet that badly? Did Darnold throw an absolute heater at him? Like, what was that? Okay, that was hilarious though. I'm gonna be honest. That's one of the most interesting turnovers we've seen in quite a while. To say the very least. That was fucking crazy. All right. Continuing on to answer questions. I did not expect to see that. I look over for one play and that's what's happening. That's glorious. Honestly, it's glorious. Okay, I think my YouTube crashed again. I think so. Let me go ahead and click the refresh button. Yeah, it crashed again. Man, I don't know why this happens so often. Okay, continuing on to answering questions. Apologies. Wow, that was... Oh, man. Okay. All right. We had Dominic who sends it. By the way, that's probably a fumble on Sam Darnold. So if you had Sam Darnold, you just get kind of screwed over with points there, unfortunately. All right. Dominic says, can you convince me why Lawrence is better play than Geno? Yeah, just matchup purely. The thing is, like, Lawrence, in order for them to win, needs to play well in terms of throwing the ball down the field. In order for Geno, in order to beat that Giants team, they just have to run the ball 40 times today, and they will effectively win. With no Neighbors and no Singletary, that offense for the Giants is really, they're really against the 8 ball in this circumstance. So I personally like Trevor Lawrence overall usage within the matchup, primarily because he'll have a little bit, well, I mean, in terms of like overall rushing upside, they have very similar upside, but I do trust Lawrence specifically against Gus Bradley's defense. Gus Bradley's the defensive coordinator of the Colts. The last 5 games in which he's taken on Gus Bradley, every single game has been a minimum of 2 touchdowns. And additionally, he has a 77% passing completion percentage against his defense. So over the course of the last, 2 years here, again, they've definitely put up a good volume of points against that defense. I think last season in both games against Indianapolis, scored 30-plus points in both games as an offense. So pretty comfortable with the overall play, just because of the familiarity, the division rival, and of course, how terribly, honestly, the Colts defense has played as of thus far this season. Wow, what an interesting turn of events. Ty Chandler just selling the bag for all of us. Danton William Is that Williams? Maybe. I don't know. Your last name kind of got cut off there, but Danton says, half PPR, drop one. Shakir, Leggett, Worthy, JSN. Shakir, Leggett, Worthy, JSN. If I'm dropping one, I don't want to drop any of them. But if I have to drop one, it's probably Shakir or it's Leggett. I probably drop Leggett there, to be honest, rest of the season. Yeah, that's probably the way that I'd go about it if it was my team. Thank you. All right, what are Aaron Rodgers and the boys doing here? They're going to make any plays? Moving on to the next question from Natalie Berman, who says, full PPR, need one running back and two flex. We have Brian Robinson, Achane, Kirk, Wicks, Shaheed. Cool. So the one running back that I would suggest playing is Brian Robinson. And then the two flex options that I would suggest are Christian Kirk and Dontavion Wicks. Thank you. All right, let's see here. 3 minutes left in the quarter. We got to keep an eye on this. I kind of want to put this. Oh, man, it is hard to watch the game. Maybe I just put it on my phone. I think that might be easier. What's going on, Aaron Rodgers? Play action. Throwing it. And who just dropped that? Is it Lazard just completely selling the bag? Come on, Lazard. I mean, what are we doing? Come on, Lazard. All right. Continuing on, after Natalie Berman, we had Flacco Jordy, who says, Ramondre for Jamison Williams in a 10-team full PPR. If you need the wide receiver depth, I'm fine with it. I think in the long term, Ramondre will still have value, even with this like kind of current swap that they have in the circumstance of bringing in kind of Antonio Gibson to plug it as the RB1. I don't know how much of a split kind of change it's going to be within the backfield. I guess we'll have to determine that based on today. But if you are comfortable at running back depth, I don't mind the overall swap. Anakin Women says, for flex, Wicks or Ayuk. Yeah, I'd rather just play Wicks today. Thank you. All right, 3rd and 6. Let's see. What is Aaron Rodgers going to do? And he gets picked. Go for 6. Go for 6. Go for 6. Yeah, go. Yes, my Vikings defense. Let's go. Let's go. Hopefully he didn't step out on the sideline. Well done. That's awesome. Okay, let's go. Dude, he just got snagged on. Holy, the turnovers already are making this a very interesting game. Wow, the pick 6. We love to see it. Was that Van Ginkel? Who got the pick there? I don't even know. Anyway, continue on answering questions. Apologies. Again, I'm going to get distracted over the course of today's live stream. Apologies in advance, but either way. Nick Johnson sends in a question. Thank you, Nick. I appreciate it. Nick says, in a full PPR, start 3, Achane, Hunt, Tyreek Hill, Wicks. Out of those available options in a full PPR, the way that I would start it would be Wicks number 1, Tyreek number 2, Hunt number 3. That would be the way that I go about it. Darby sends in a question. Says, I need 2 in a standard between Pittman, Wicks, and Kirk. Standard between Pittman, Wicks, and Kirk. As of those 3, if you need 2 of the options, I'm going to play Pittman and Wicks. Thank you. Let's see here. Gabriella sends in a question. It says, in a PPR, I need a wide receiver and a flex. Very well. We have Leggett, Jennings, Kirk, Sermon. Cool. So in a PPR format, out of those available options, Christian Kirk is a for sure wide receiver play. Now, as for Leggett and Sermon, those would be the next 2 best options. Let me see who I have ranked higher. Let's check up Sermon. So as it currently stands, I have Leggett as the second highest option out of this group. So yeah, it would be Christian Kirk and Xavier Leggett as the 2 suggestions as of today. Gabriella, thank you. Okay, Lamosity says Laporta is my other tight end. Okay, so Lamosity, let me scroll back up and let me actually go here and I need to actually refresh this page. And then once I now know that for sure, it'll give me a little bit more context as to how we want to go about this. Okay, so Lamosity, of the available trades you have that you could potentially pursue, I think the second trade I'm not 100% keen on, but I don't mind it. Getting Lamb and Pollard seems like a pretty good investment, but you may be giving up a lot in this circumstance. Johnson, Ferguson for Hill. The Hill trade only, I mean, look, if you're 4-0, that Hill trade seems decent, but it's very much so backloaded. Right now, you won't get any value out of him, but again, you're 4-0 and you've got a pretty strong team. You have Stevenson, Johnson, Ferguson for Dobbins and Smith. The way that I see it right now, do I want to trade all that? Like, I'm okay with the Lamb trade, and I'm okay with the Hill trade. Those are the ones that I prefer as of right now. I'd like to try to get Devontae Smith. If you could do it, like, I don't want Pitts back, and I don't want Dobbins back. But yeah, I think of the group, the one that I'm most invested in potentially is getting that Pollard, Lamb, or Hill back in return. It's kind of dependent on what you want rest of the season. Do you want Lamb or Hill? And honestly, if it's me, I'd probably just go after the Lamb scenario there. Thank you. All right, Stephen Bracken says, can you check Discord messages? Yes, I can. It may take me a little bit while to boot that up, but I'm gonna check right now. Okay, Stephen, thank you. All right. Okay, Stephen, let me see. It says, no. I got it, bro. I got it. We're good. No, all good. I have the game on my phone, guys. I got the game on my phone. We're fine. We're good. Thank you. All is well. All is well. Thank you, though. Angela Clark sends in a question. Thank you, Angela. Appreciate it. Says, good morning, Andrew. In a full PPR, Trey Sermon or Javonte Williams? In a full PPR, I prefer Javonte Williams. Next question, Eckler or JSN on a different team? Under the assumption it's a full PPR, let me check where I have them in my rankings. Eckler or JSN. Where's Jackson? Yeah, I have Jackson Smith and Jigba ranked higher between the two of those. And then thanks again for the Hail Mary advice on Wicks last week. Yeah, you were the one. I think it was you and one other person on that entire stream that asked about Wicks. And we said, hey, fuck it, let's go with it. And it was a pleasant surprise, to say the very least. All right, let's see here. Shahir sent in a question. Shahir, where is your question, though? I don't see it attached and or in the chat. Shahir. Shahir, if you can, do me a favor and just type in the live chat. It'd be greatly appreciated. Thank you, Shahir. Okay. Let's see here. In the live chat, Omega Flash says pick 2 in a full PPR, 6 point per passing touchdown. Stroud or Fields. In a 6 point per passing touchdown format, I'd rather just play Stroud there. And Achane or Sermon, I'd rather, well, in a full PPR, yeah, I'd probably just play Achane there. So it'd probably be just Stroud and Achane there, Omega. Let's see here. Justin in the chat said Wicks or Brian Thomas Jr. over Terry and Amari. Yeah, I'd play them both over both those overall wide receivers. So, yes. You know what's insane to me? That they decide to put Braylon Allen in the game in order to run a screen pass and not Breece Hall. What happened to Breece Hall? Is he even playing anymore? What's the deal? I'm so confused. Is Breece Hall not in the game? What's going on? Why is Braylon Allen on both of the last 2 drives? Yeah, get Braylon out of there, man. The guy can't even catch a screen pass. Yo. Okay, where's Shahir, man? Shahir, you in here? Terp, thank you very much. Appreciate it. If you have any questions, Terp, let me know. Oh, yeah, you do. It says, good morning, Andrew. Sanders Superflex League, playing Jordan Love. What is Aaron Rodgers doing? Aaron Rodgers just airmailing passes to the team. Aaron Rodgers is lost. Yo, what a disaster of a first quarter. I don't even know what Rodgers is doing. Are you kidding me? He's just airmailing it. All right. Moving on. Good morning, Andrew. Standard Superflex format says Terp. I have Jordan Love. I have Jamar Chase, Christian Kirk, James Cook, McBride, JSN, Eckler, Fields. Would you drop Algier for Tracy and play instead of JSN or Eckler, swap Leggett for bench? Okay, so I would, yeah, I'm okay with doing that. I drop Algier for Tracy and I'd play him over Eckler today. That's the way that I'd go about it. Is it a super? Okay, when you say standard super flex, does that mean it's a half PPR or full PPR? Regardless of the two, I'd rather just play Tracy over Eckler today. Thank you. All right, let's see here. Shahir, are you somewhere in the chat maybe? Shahir? There you go. I see it. Says, not a starter sit question, but wondering what you think about trading away Kirk and Shakir for Swift in a half PPR. My wide receivers are Chase, Marvin Harrison, DK. My running backs are Kamara, Jones, Hunt, and Ford. Honestly, if you were going to trade for Swift, you'd have to do it right now because he's going to have a pretty solid game against the Carolina Panthers. Solid enough to where I'm pretty confident in the idea that he should be he should be decent this week to the where I'm looking to trade him the week after. So if you're going to make this trade, it's only to make a trade after the fact. Because I don't think I want to have Swift on roster unless this offense is going to find themselves an identity in running the ball, which I don't know if is going to take place. But if it's me, I probably keep what you have unless you're going to make the trade to then make another trade in which you're sending away DeAndre Swift the week after. Thank you. Man, I cannot believe how this quarter has gone for the. I mean, I can believe it because, Aaron Rodgers is just sending it. Reaper Zone 3690 says, full PPR, Trey Sermon or Christian Kirk for flex. I'd rather just play Christian Kirk there. Thank you. G Medina says, full PPR flex, Ford or Wicks, and McBride or Kraft. So, considering you'll have to start Kraft before. Wait, do Kraft and McBride play at the same time? Let me check. NFL Week 5. So, as of right now, the schedule for today, if McBride is active, I'm playing him over Kraft. You will know because, again, both of them play in like 7 hours. So, play McBride over Kraft if we get a confirmation that McBride is active. And in your other question, Ford or Wicks, I'd rather just play Wicks there. Thank you. Okay, that's taken care of. We're good to go. I just don't even understand what the Jets are doing. I mean, I feel like I'm lost watching them play football. It just doesn't make sense to me. What the heck is going on? Seems pretty absurd as to what the heck is transpired thus far, to say the least. Okay, where are we at? Okay, continuing on. Vlad Young says Gibson or Moss in a full PPR. Let me see. Who do I have ranked higher? In a full PPR, I currently have Zach Moss one spot ahead of Antonio Gibson. They're in the same tier. So if you wanted to play Gibson over Moss, I have no issue with it. But I do have Moss one spot ahead in a full PPR. Let's see here. Retro Junks says Chuba Hubbard or Tyreek. Yeah, I'd rather just play Chuba Hubbard today. Thank you. Flex Myers or Judy today? Jacob, I have Judy ranked higher. Thank you. Rob Panic says, I need to drop someone. I'm debating Calvin Ridley or Ladd McConkey. What do you think? Between the two of them, honestly, I'd rather just drop Calvin Ridley. It sounds crazy, I know, but I mean, at this point, that offense, it's tough. If they're going to come back as a completely different team after the bye, then sure, but I don't think that's going to be the case. Let's see here. We take care of that. Benjamin sends in a question, says, Reed, Cooper, Deontay Johnson, James Cook. I need to fill in one running back and one wide receiver and a flex. Also deciding between Kraft and Bowers, 6-man PPR league. Okay, so if those are your available options to start as your fill-ins? If those are the available options, the RB that I start out of the group is James Cook. The wide receiver that I'd start out of that group is Jaden Reed. And the flex would be Deontay Johnson. Thank you, Benjamin. Vol Crush says, rest of season, Love or Hurts? I'd rather just play Jalen Hurts. Rest of season. I've got Tua on the IR looking to grab some running back depth in a trade. Yeah, that works. If you're going to move somebody, I mean, look, it's probably easier for you to get running back depth in return in a situation in which you are getting or in which you are giving away Jalen Hurts because he is a higher valued commodity. So I'm okay keeping Love rest of season if that means trading away Hurts for a better running back option in comparison to what you would get in return for Love. So depending on what kind of the market looks like in your league, Vol, I don't mind the idea of trading away Hurts for Love or trading away Hurts for a better running back than what Love would bring you back. Alfredo says, rankings in mine. Curtis Samuel. Hart says, Whittington. I know we went through this on Discord, but my guy, I'm versus the fantasy arch enemy. Got it. Listen, if you want to play Whittington, play Whittington. They're very close in my rankings to the extent to where I feel comfortable playing both. or one over the other. Doesn't matter to me. Okay. But yeah, don't overthink it, Freddie. Just play what you believe is the right play. Dylan Ross says pick 3 in a half PPR. Out of those available options, I'm just going to play the 3 wide receivers. Like I'm going to play Wicks, Kirk, and Downs there, Dylan. Pretty comfortably as well. Man, out of all the days for these spam accounts to show up and just like spam all this bullshit, like why today? Just because there's a game on, huh? Interesting. Very interesting. All right, moving on to the next question on hand. Benjamin says, thanks, Kraft or Bowers? Between the two of them, I'd rather just play Bowers today, very comfortably. Thank you. Robert Jameson says, drop Ridley for Sermon rest of season. I mean, look, here's the thing. Sermon only has value for the next couple weeks. Ridley has rest of season value to the extent to where I'd rather have Ridley. But if you are a JT manager, it's probably in your best interest to have Sermon on roster for the next couple weeks in case Jonathan Taylor's injury is significant enough to hold him out for like, I don't know, 2 to 3, maybe 4 games. So it's, yeah, I think it's just dependent on what your situation is. Let's see here. AK says drop P. Ryan for Trey Tucker or Trey Tucker for a defense. Yeah, I drop Samaje P. Ryan. Drop him like a bad habit. Luis in the chat says full PPR Sermon or Williams. If it's Javonte Williams, I'd rather play Javonte in a full PPR. Lazaro says HN, Hunt, Moss, BTJ. Start 2. I'd play Hunt and I'd play BTJ there. Yeah, pretty comfortably as well. Is Justin Jefferson getting held the whole time? What a surprise. Who would have guessed? All right, let's see here. Nims says, hi, Andrew. Brian Robinson Jr. or Devon Achane in a half PPR? Between the two of them, I'd rather just play Brian Robinson. Yeah, I don't really trust that Miami offense that much to where I'd play him over Robinson, who's been playing incredibly well within that offense as a whole. You know what I'm actually curious about? Let's go check this really quickly. So I had an underdog play that was like first touchdown going to Aaron Jones. I wonder if that, so like first touchdown score, does that count if a defensive touchdown is the first touchdown? Like, do I get screwed on that? Do I get clipped? If I get clipped, then so be it. I'm just curious. Because that was that one play that I really liked. But now that they threw a pick 6, I don't know if it actually stands. Man, there's a lot of Ty Chandler running, huh? All right, continuing on. JP in the live chat says, down horrendous. After playing against London and Cousins stack, do I play Joe Flacco or go with Watson / Njoku stack? No, I just play Joe Flacco. I mean, at this point, I don't trust Deshaun Watson that much. Again, yeah, it's not even close. Nim says, happy birthday, Andrew. Yeah, happy birthday. Yeah. It's not my birthday, but hey, listen, we'll take it. Another happy birthday message says full PPR. Pick Olave, Pickens, Higgins, or Wicks. Wicks number 1, Olave number 2, Higgins number 3. That's the way that I'd go about that. Yala. Appreciate it. All right, let's see here. What's going on? 4th down, 4th and 2. Nothing going on. Pretty much just a defensive matchup at this point. And Jefferson just ricochets the ball off his chest. Beautiful. Love to see it. Cam Akers or Kareem Hunt? Not even close, Henry. I'm playing Kareem Hunt. Flex Ford, Tyreek, Wandell, or Downs in a PPR. I'd rather flex Wandell Robinson out of that group 305 Raider. Very comfortably, actually. Daniel, I'm going to play Javonte Williams there. Thank you. Rome or Keenan Allen in a full PPR? I'd rather just play Keenan Allen today. All right, let's see here. Kidlat Wheeler sends in a question. Says full PPR start 2. McLaurin, Pittman, Higgins, Wicks. Yeah, out of those options, Pittman and Wicks are my 1 and 2. Thank you, Yala. Thank you. Let's see here. Jagar sends in a question. Says full PPR. Running back, wide receiver, flex, Higgins, Wicks, ETN, Hunt. ETN will play at running back. Wicks would be wide receiver, and ETN would be, and Hunt would be in the flex. So it would be Wicks, ETN, and Hunt. Thank you. Shane sends in a question. Thank you, Shane. It says half PPR Akers or Tolbert. Whew. Do I want to play Cam Akers against the Bills defense? I mean, look, the Bills defense as a whole, their biggest weakness theoretically would be running the ball down their throats, but I do not believe that the offense for the Houston Texans are capable enough. Do I want to play Tolbert over him? Not really. Let's think. Let's see here. Cam Akers. What kind of usage did he have last week in terms of snaps? I know that Agumbawale had that receiving touchdown and will just sap all the receiving work. 13 for 53. He probably won't get much receiving work. He has to score. I just play Tolbert there, honestly. With Brandon Cooks out, I just rather play Tolbert. Let's see here. Charles T sends in a question. Charles says what does it say? PPR with kick and punt return yardage. Jaden Daniels, okay. Bijan, Achane, Marvin Harrison, Shaheed, Ferguson, Wicks, Walker. Benches Jalen Wright, Worthy, Cooper, JSN. Shaheed put up 22.9 last week. Cooper killed me. Yeah, look, if you're playing in a punt and kick return league, Shaheed is a start every single week. You know that. I mean, I don't know. Yeah, every week, Shaheed is the start. Anytime you have an opportunity of getting punt and kick return yards from one of the best punt or kick returners in the league in Shaheed, he should never come out of your lineup ever again. He's like a top 12 wide receiver last season when you include punt and kick return yardage. Anyway, so in terms of your lineup, JD, Bijan has already started, Achane, Marvin Harrison, Shaheed, Ferguson, Wicks, Kenneth Walker. If you have a 2-flex league, you're good to go. There's no change that I would make overall. I think this is perfectly fine. Actually, the way that I actually see it, let me think about this. Hold up. Let me check where I have Achane in comparison to Cooper. By the way, the only reason that Cooper killed you last week is because they called back a 70-yard touchdown. That's the only reason. So as it currently stands, the way that I would go about it, I'd actually put Walker in Achane's spot, and I'd play Cooper over Achane in the flex. That's the way that I played in a full PPR today. If you don't want to play Cooper because obviously he left a bad taste in your mouth last week, I can understand it, Charles, but the way I'd go about it would be playing Walker as your RB2 and playing Wicks and Cooper in your flex. Thank you. Let's see here. TY Raiders says, morning, do I flex? Do you show flex rankings? No, flex rankings are available on Patreon and or available if you sign up using code Andrew via Underdog Fantasy, but those won't be available. Like if you were to sign up right now on Underdog and make, the first time deposit and do all that jazz, you wouldn't get the rankings until next week. So if you've done it prior to today, then you'll have access to it. Thank you. Moving on to a question that comes in from Cowboys 9511. Says, I knew I should have sat Jefferson for Wicks. These overseas games are awful. I mean, look, as of right now, the way that the Jets offense is playing, they'll have many of opportunities to get Jefferson the ball. It's not like he's lacking targets. It's that, of course, it's tough coverage. He'll be fine. Just give it time. It's a little bit early to overreact on that. Let's see here. Aaron Walsh sends in a question. Thank you, Aaron. Who made that reception? Is that Lazard? No, it's Conklin. Beautiful. Over the middle. Aaron Welsh says, thoughts on Jacksonville rain game? I'm the last person to ask about rain. I will never sit my player due to weather unless it is a legitimately torrential downpour of disaster. Okay? So if you're asking me about potentially sitting any of those Jacksonville Colts players, I guarantee you by the time we get to the end of the first quarter, there's not going to be a problem in that game. You won't even you'll be watching the game on Red Zone. You'll be thinking, "Wait, I thought there was going to be rain." I'm telling you, it happens every year, every time. All right, let's hear. John Bravo says in a full PPR, Swift, Hunt, or Connor. Between those three, I have Connor number 1, Swift number 2, and Hunt number 3. And for the flex, DJ Moore, JSN, McLaurin. Out of those options, can you start 2 running backs, John Bravo? Because if you can, I think I just play Connor and Swift. But if it's 2 different leagues, Connor would be the first one in that RB conversation, and in the second conversation, I'd play McLaurin there. Thank you. Christian Taylor sends in a question. Says, I need 2 flex. Wan'Dale Robinson, Ford, Flowers, McBride. As of right now in a PPR, I think I just rather play Ford and Wan'Dale Robinson. Yeah, let's play it safe at that point. Is Conklin cooking here a little bit? Mike Williams with a reception. Not bad, Mike Williams. Okay. All right, let's see here. Where are we at? Okay, we're good to go. Let's check this. Okay. The Jets able to move the ball? Are they able to get a first down? That's really the only question. How do we feel about Kyler rest of the season? I mean, look, I'm still confident that he could be better because obviously he hasn't played well as of late. I mean, just here's the thing about Kyler. His rushing upside is where he finds his majority of value. If they're not going to allow him to run the ball 5 to 7 times per game, I'm not as confident. But I'm assuming he will get more value as we progress. Crazy question. Do I start Daniel Dimes over Mahomes? No, you do not play. If Danny Dimes had Neighbors and Singletary and everybody was healthy, I'd say sure, maybe. But in this circumstance, no. PPR, I have Kelsey as my tight end. Do I flex McBride, Downs, or Hunt? In a full PPR, I just flex Downs there. If you want to play McBride, you can. I don't think I have McBride over Downs in a full PPR. I can check, though. Let's see here. McBride. No, I have Downs ahead of him in a full PPR format. Thank you. And again, you won't know if McBride plays until the 1 p.m. Pacific Standard Time window, while at 10 p.m. or 10 a.m. Pacific Standard Time, that's when Downs plays. So you'll have to play Downs before McBride, or you'd have to just wait it out and hope that McBride plays, which again, we're still expecting him to play, but we're not 100% certain whether or not he'll be active. There's always a chance that he could warm up and say, yeah, I'm not feeling it. Per Underdog, exception, first touchdown score will be graded as a loss if a defensive or special teams touchdown is chosen. Yeah, okay. Assuming the chosen player was not the return man. Okay, got it. So my Aaron Jones play is dead. That sucks. Oh no. I lost $10. It's not a big deal. Yes, Conklin did something. Yes, beautiful. Finally, huh? Hector says Hunt, Tyreek, or ETN in a PPR. I'd rather just play ETN there. Thank you, Javier. Appreciate it. Let's see here. Matt says, is Flacco versus 0-4 Jacksonville not legit? It is legit, of course. Why wouldn't we start him? I mean, there's better alternative options, but in terms of starting him this week, I'm pretty comfortable. Happy birthday. Yes, thank you. It's been my birthday every day for the last week. Appreciate it, guys. Dalton in the chat says, choose 2. Ayuk, Tyreek, Amari Cooper. Ayuk and Amari. Yeah, it's probably Ayuk and Amari Cooper. Probably. Sutton or Moss in a standard format. I'd rather just play Moss at that point, Tony. I don't know if I really feel too great about Sutton in that circumstance. It says Aaron Rodgers would rather play with his backups than his starters. I mean, I think he's intentionally playing bad just so that they can confirm a Devontae Adams trade by the end of today. That's what I think is happening, legitimately. I think he's playing so badly on purpose. It's probably not the case, but for meme cases, he's probably playing horribly just to ensure that he gets Devontae Adams, because he'd be like, guys, look, I got a bunch of shitty teammates out there. Let me, bring in some help. And they're like, all right, fine. We'll go trade a second round pick for Devontae. Braylon Allen is a starting RB for the Jets. Is that what's happening right now? I'm not watching the game closely. Is that actually what's happening? If that's what's happening, I'm sick to my stomach. Is that actually the usage right now? Did the Jets pull a silent version of what the New England Patriots are pulling right now? This is crazy. Cap City says Olave, Reed, Wicks, Deontay Johnson, Worthy, pick 3. Cap City, the way that I go about it would be playing Reed number 1, Deontay number 2, and Wicks number 3 in a full PPR. That's how I'd play it. Alexander Madison or Wan'Dale Robinson in a half PPR. I'd rather just play Wan'Dale right now. Ford or Wan'Dale Robinson full PPR. Raider, I just play Wan'Dale. Brees was in first 2 drives. Okay, he was in the first 2 drives, but he did nothing, right? So did they actually... Aaron Jones injured? Oh, God, please help us. Aaron Jones questionable to return with a hip injury. I mean, I'm looking at him right now. He's stretching on the sideline, but... Oh, he's limping. He's not stretching. Oh, hell no. I mean, we're screwed here. Okay, well... what a shame. Brees is not him. No, Brees was him. Trust me. I mean, we remember what he did last year, right? We remember. But the guy was also catching 6 passes a game last year. The fact that they've yet to even target him in this game is, I'm sick. I'm actually physically ill. This is just stupid. There goes Jefferson. Just give him time. Let him cook. Vikings defense officially matchup proof? Nah, they're not matchup proof. What happened last week? How many points did the Vikings defense have last week? And then we'll talk about matchup proof. It just depends, right? When the Vikings defense is playing against a shitty offense, then yes, they're good. Like last week, Vikings defense had 8 points. Actually, you know what? Now that I look at it, yes, they are matchup proof. They had 8 points and they got 29 points dropped on them. Wow. Yeah, never mind. They are matchup proof for the remainder of the season. Scratch that. I thought they would have had less points than 8. That's crazy. You know how happy I'd be to have every... Is Ty Chandler just taking over? Well, if you have Ty Chandler on your team, congratulations. You now have a healthy running back of a Minnesota Vikings offense that is obviously just cleaning house. Moving on, we had a question that came in from Shane. Shane, thank you very much. Shane says, PPR, we have Akers, Tracy, J. Wills, Flowers, JSN pick 3. Of these available options, I would play the following. I would go Tracy, Tracy, Javonte, and Flowers. That's the way that I'd go about it, Shane. Thank you. Braylon isn't doing anything either? Yeah, that's what I assumed. I don't think anybody's doing anything. Let me actually check this out. Let's go NFL. Let me go look up these stats. How is everybody doing here so far? Let's go here. Let's go live. Let's go team. The Jets are 1 for 6 on third down. The Vikings are 4 for 6. Yep, okay, makes sense. Offensively, let's see here. Braylon Allen has 3 carries for 3 yards. Brees has 3 for 2 yards. Okay, so much for offensive line improvements this offseason, huh? And there goes Chandler again. Is that Chandler? Who's number 37 at running back? I don't even know who that is. Anyway, moving on. Thank you, Shane, again. Appreciate it. Moving on. Zach Wusk says ETN or Hunt. Okay, so the rankings here are up to date. So ETN is at 13, Hunt is at 14, and I'd run it as such. Thank you. Let's see here. Hug Tredge sends in a question. Thank you, Hug. Hug says in a PPR, Dontavion Wicks or Wan'Dale Robinson. Cool. Let me check that out. Let me go see where I have them ranked accordingly. Full PPR. Okay, so as it currently stands in a full PPR format, legitimately, as it stands, Wicks is my number 12 wide receiver in a full PPR. Wan'Dale Robinson is my number 13. They are both in the same tier, so I wouldn't mind playing one over the other, but I do prefer Wicks in this circumstance. Now, as for your second question, also, do I start Flacco over Murray? I'd say no. I'm comfortable still playing Murray, especially if we have an active McBride, which I do believe is going to be the case. So if it was me, I'd play Murray and I'd play Wicks there. Thank you. Let's see here. Will Cabral says, pick 2, Wicks, Adunze, Leggett, Dowdle, Waddle. Cool. I'm not playing Waddle. I'm not playing Adunze. I'm not playing Dowdle. I'm going to play Wicks and Leggett. Thank you very much, Will. God's Gang says Nathaniel Hackett sucks at his job. He has for the last couple years. It's not a surprise. Nathaniel Hackett has previously, I mean, again, we saw what he did with Denver, right? Not the greatest overall scenario. Last season, he was hiding behind the fact that they had Zach Wilson. Now that you have Aaron Rodgers, you cannot hide anymore. There is no excuse available. So yeah, you're not wrong. Let's see here. Joshua Montgomery sends in a question. Thank you, Joshua. I appreciate it. Says in a full PPR, should I drop Juwan Jennings to pick him back up? Should I drop Juwan Jennings to pick him back up? I have Evans, Deontay Johnson, Wicks, Whittington, Rice, Cup on the IR. When you say should I drop Juwan Jennings to pick him back up, who is pick him? Like, who's him? What are we referring to in this circumstance? Just type it in the live chat. I appreciate it. Thank you, Joshua. Deli Meat sends in a question. Says PPR, Hunt, Tank Dell, Downs, Madison, Mostert in the flex. Out of the group, if it's a full PPR, I'd like to play Josh Downs. That's the way I go about it. The second best option out of that group would be Kareem Hunt, technically. Official Hone, what's up, Official? Says, it's Honest Abe, by the way. You know, you've told me this in the past, but I've just forgotten. I know that you've told me this in the past. Listen, if you're going to spell Honest Abe, let's not put a Z in honest. Huh? Okay, never mind. Anyway, Honest Abe, Says full PPR. Wan'Dale Robinson, Chase Brown, Tank Dell. Yeah, no question about it. We're playing Wan'Dale Robinson in a full PPR today. I have him as my number 13 wide receiver in a full PPR. He is a for sure start, especially in the absence of Neighbors. Zach Mokamba says, pick 2 in a full PPR. We have Hill, we have Hunt, we have Stevenson, we have Wicks. Cool. Of those available, Wicks and Hunt would be the suggestions. Thank you. Moving on to a question that came in from Sean, who says, T. Taylor, J. Tolbert, G. Kittle, Roma Dunze, full PPR. Okay. Who is T. Taylor? Am I crazy? Do you mean Tracy? Who's T. Taylor? Do you mean Tyrone Tracy, Sean? Am I losing my mind? 37's Myles Gaskin. Oh, gosh. You know, the only reason... Wow. Jeez Louise, it's Myles Gaskin. That's a name I haven't heard in a while. Trevor Lawrence or Joe Flacco? Yeah, I'm still going to play Trevor Lawrence there. Let's see here. Okay, so we're looking for... Whose question? I was looking for specifically Joshua Montgomery. So let's see if Josh was in the chat. Josh, you anywhere here? Maybe? Please and thank you. And then additionally, Sean, if you could confirm, it is Tyrone Tracy. Cool, thank you. Out of that group, I'm playing Kittle and Tyrone Tracy. Thank you, Sean. Appreciate it. Let's see here. Thomas Trundy in the chat says flex spot, Cooper or ETN. I think I'd rather just play ETN there. Waddle, Atwell, or Slayton? I'd rather play Atwell. He's the highest ranked player. And once these rankings kind of filter on screen, guys, don't forget these are updated as of this morning. So as of right now, yes, I would play Atwell ahead of Waddle pretty comfortably. Waddle's not even in my top 45 because it's just not trustable, you know. Travis sends in a follow-up question. Thank you, Travis. He says, in a full PPR start, Pickens or Deontay Johnson? I'd rather just play Deontay Johnson there. Thank you. Excellence 1906 says, Brian Robinson, ETN, or Moss in the PPR? In a full PPR, I have ETN ahead of Brian Robinson. Let me just confirm this really quickly. Let me go over here. In a full PPR, I do in fact have ETN at 14 and Brian Robinson at 15. So I'd play ETN there in a full PPR. Thank you. Let's see here. God's Gang sends in another question. Says, hey, they need to get Hall the ball in space instead of hammering, yes, the V gap. You're not wrong. You're not wrong at all. It reminds me of Pete Carroll when he coached the Seattle team. This is the issue that they... Okay, so here's the thing, right? Breece Hall, again, last season, where he was really most dynamic was in the receiving game. He is not supposed to be utilized the way that they're utilizing him. Or Aaron Rodgers needs to pull his head out of his ass and start targeting him more. The issue is when you're playing against the Vikings, which again, blitzes more than any other team in the league. They play the most zero coverage, just straight up man with no safety over the top more than anybody in the league. You have to leave your running back in order to chip block. That is the issue within the game. So not only is he going to get himself, even when he's in the game, very little utilization on, running routes because he has to pass block the whole time. But also, we just don't even have Aaron Rodgers looking at him, which is just on top of it a disaster. Let's see here. Who scored? Was that a CJ Ham touchdown? I saw it on Underdog this week. CJ Ham, it was like a 5.37x. I was like, should I take this just to kind of troll and put like $1 on it? I should have taken it. How is look, this is what I tell you guys. Remember when I said that London games are always weird? This is what happens when a fucking fullback is scoring. God, that's awful. There's a spider on your shirt. You're not wrong, Onage. There is a spider on my shirt. Excellent. You skipped my super chat, bro. No, I answered it, but I'll go back and I'll answer it again. That's no problem. I'll play ETN out of the group. Thank you. Excellent. Maybe you got hit with an ad, or potentially you were watching the game either way. Yeah, ETN is the preferred out of the 3 running backs you suggested. On-screen rankings are PPR or half? No, it's half PPR. Ham with the vulture. Yeah, but the issue is, does it count as a vulture? Do we actually get, do we get saved there technically? Does the Vulture Insurance, because technically Ham is a fullback, so Vulture Insurance on Underdog kind of covers it, right? We would hope, at least. Fingers crossed. Continuing on. Flacco or Dak, I see you have it close. I do have Lamb. I mean, look, if you think that Dak Prescott will play well against the Pittsburgh Steelers today, then you fire him up, and there's no question about it. Because again, you'd rather, in your position, considering you have Dak Prescott, you'd rather just drop Flacco and pick somebody else up for either next week or just to kind of like hope, hey, maybe they pop off this week and I have them on roster before waivers hit. Like, that's what you would want to do. That's the priority kind of situation. So if you think Dak will play well, I mean, again, they're relatively close, so I don't mind playing him over him. But yeah, as of right now, again, Flacco is just a beast. Aaron Jones questionable to return. If I had to guess, considering it's a London game and they have a bye week next week, they don't bring him back because the game is going to get out of hand very quickly here, very quickly. Connor or Ferguson in a full PPR, I'm going to play James Conner there. It'd be very difficult for me to play Ferguson over him. Joshua Montgomery says K. Coleman, as in Keon. I was talking about Keon Coleman. Oh, okay, got it. Should I drop Keon? Okay, so I drop Juwan Jennings to pick him back, as in Keon Coleman. Got it. Thank you, Joshua. That works for me. That's fine. Yep, that's cool with me. Thank you. Tim in the live chat. Okay, yeah, we took care of Tim's question again. We're good to go. Donovan says full PPR. Should I play Trevor Lawrence or Kyler Murray? I have Trevor Lawrence ahead of Kyler just by a very slight margin, though. Let's see here. Joseph says, sorry to bother you. Is it what are you bothering me for? That's not a bother. You're in the live chat. We're live streaming. I'm here to answer your question. Says, is it a bad idea to start both Wicks and Reed? No, it's not. I have to choose between Wicks, Reed, and Tyreek. Yeah, I play Wicks and Reed there. Samuel says, I need a tight end. Drop Ingram or Fields for Colby/Fant. You can't put Ingram in the IR. If you can't put him in the IR, then it becomes a matter of, Samuel, who's your starting quarterback? Like, can we actually afford to drop Fields? Did Excellence just say I skipped the super chat to get Excellence? If you say that again, I swear I'm gonna brother, I've answered it 3 times. There's no way. How many ads did you get hit with? Excellence 1906. You're playing ETN. Please and thank you. There's no way you got hit with 17 ads. It's impossible. Let's see here. Wicks or Wandell? I have Wicks 1 spot ahead of Wandell in a full PPR there, Brett. Olave or Hubbard in a half? I'll take Hubbard there pretty comfortably. Zachariah says in a flex half PPR, Hunt or J Downs. Let me see here. Let's go see where I have them ranked accordingly. Josh Downs. I have Kareem Hunt ahead of Josh Downs in a half. So Kareem Hunt would be the play in that circumstance. All right, so I'm looking for Samuel. Samuel, what's the context of who your starting quarterback is as of right now? So it looks like Conklin's going to be the only guy that catches balls for the rest of the game. Interestingly enough, Wandell Robinson or BTJ in a full PPR? Justin, I'd play Wandell there. Thomas, I answered the question. It's half PPR. Are you guys getting hit with just an abundance of ads? Like, I don't understand. Like, how do I answer the questions and then no one hears the answer? It doesn't make any sense to me. I'm actually like legitimately confused. Sebastian says greetings from Germany. Oh wow, okay, greetings from Germany. And then his question got cut off halfway through. Let's see here. AJ says, Mr. Kirchhoff, Najee or Zach Moss? I'd rather play Najee by far and away. Samuel says, no IR. Starting quarterbacks are Jalen Hurts, and I played Mayfield. Okay, so the question is, Samuel, do you think you can trade Fields next week if you keep him? The only reason you would keep him is if you're going to be in a situation where you can trade him. If you can't, then you keep Ingram and you go pick up a tight end. And the tight end you would theoretically pick up in this circumstance out of the available would be Colby Parkinson. Thank you. John Richardson says, I started Leggett over Garrett Wilson. Hey, let's hope that pans out, man. What are ads? As in like an advertisement popping up on screen? Like, hey, go to Walmart today and buy, you know what I mean? Like one of those ads. You know what I mean? Like an ad, you get it? Makes sense. Aaron Rodgers giving up. Like, okay, dude. Okay, dude. All right. We get it. We can't be making those fucking jokes. Let's see here. Start Achane, Hunt, or Ford. If it's a full PPR, I'd probably play Ford. Oh, it's a standard? I just play Hunt there. All right, where's Aaron Rodgers doing here? Let me see here. Oh, yep, he got blitzed. What a surprise. I mean, again, they're taking on a team that blitzes more than anyone else, and they are not equipped to pick up blitz coverage. I mean, again, this is an offensive coordinator diff. That's what it is. It's offensive coordinator diff. Why not New Orleans defense with Kansas City light? They could be a decent option. I don't mind the idea of playing them. I just usually playing a defense against Mahomes has never paid off quite often. Unless you get the one special week in which Mahomes loses. Now, if we're in a situation where we're predicting a possibility in which, of course, we're in a situation where the New Orleans Saints beat the Chiefs outright, then yeah, I mean, at that point, you'd just be firing up the one and only Saints defense and just praying that they can get a couple picks there, maybe even score a defense touchdown or even special teams. But I doubt that. Jets offense is pathetic. I mean, you should have seen them last week. I watched that game back. It was one of the most difficult games to watch this season. Actually, no, I would say it was the most difficult game to watch this season. I could not believe how bad they were overall. My guy, Tyreek or Leggett? I just play Tyreek there. Pittman or BTJ? I prefer Pittman. Pickens or Wicks in a full PPR? I play Wicks, even with Reed on your roster. Retro. God's Gang says, I'm starting to think Rodgers needs to be benched. Well, listen, I don't think it's Rodgers that needs to be benched. I think that they just need a new OC, man. Honestly, this offense just sucks. They just don't know how to scheme properly. Again, if you're going to play against the team that blitzes the most in the National Football League, and Andrew, who's a Joe Schmo that just makes YouTube videos for a living, you would assume that the guy that's on YouTube doesn't know, hey, we should probably be having a running back or a chip block or something to protect every single time. You would assume, it is what it is. Jerome Ford or Pickens in a standard? I just play Jerome Ford there. Gucci Han, Luby thank you very much, Gucci. Says, my guy, in a full PPR, is it time to sell on Brees? I mean, how do you sell him? How do you sell him, honestly? At this point, the value that he has provided over the course of the last two games you would have to sell him very low, pennies on the dollar. So unless you can find someone in your league who's willing to give you Bijan and you can get out of the Brees Hall situation, I'm cool with that. But outside of that, I'm not going to trade him away for Tony Pollard, even though Pollard's playing significantly better. I don't know if it's significantly better, but he's definitely playing well in comparison. Colby sends in a question. Colby LaBeouf says, Cam Akers or Cortland Sutton this week? You the man. Thank you, Colby. I'll take Cortland Sutton this week pretty comfortably. Sven1FR says ad number 4. You see, people are getting hit with ads. I knew it. I knew that was the reason. I was going to say, there's no way that people are not hearing my answers unless they're getting mauled by ads. Damn, I apologize. Either ad blocker or YouTube Premium. Those are the alternatives, I guess. Let's see here. It says half PPR. Okay, yeah, no problem. I assumed it was some sort of PPR format. I'll stick with Sutton in that scenario. Thank you. Tom Foolery says the OC is garbage. How are they calling 40 pass plays during a hurricane? You're not wrong. You would assume they should have they ran the ball more than 20 times last week, but they couldn't. Yeah, unbelievable, huh? It is crazy. SS says, Andrew, is this your full-time job? Yeah, of course. I mean, you guys should. I mean, when I say I work 16 hours a day, I'm not even exaggerating. Can you imagine? 16 hours a day. I work, and then I sleep, and then I work, and then I sleep. That is the process of being a YouTuber during the fantasy football full-fledged season. JP Giles says standard PPR. Need to start two in a. Okay, we need to start two. We have McLaurin, Flowers, Shaheed. Okay, so if we're starting two of those three, it's McLaurin, Shaheed. To the Max sends in a question, says full PPR, 2 flex, pick 2. Achane, Brian Robinson, Diggs, Marvin Harrison. Pick 2, Achane, Brian Robinson, Diggs, Marvin Harrison. Yeah, so out of those available options, I'm playing both of your wide receivers there to the max. Diggs and Marvin Harrison are my starts. Thank you. Pickens or Wicks, says TY Raiders. Play Wicks there this week. You're in a good spot there. Tyrone Tracy or Keon Coleman, just play Tyrone Tracy. Thank you. Byron Adams says, I've had 8 ads so far. Oh my God. Yo, that's fucking insane. I'm telling you guys, it's just YouTube automated. I'm not even clicking a button to do it. It happens. It's just YouTube. Because you know what it is? YouTube needs to run ads because for me being live, they are actively losing money because of the bandwidth that they have to utilize in order to keep my stream propped up. So they have to just throw in ads just to keep it alive so that they get their share. Let's see here. Kenpo 92. Downs or Moss? I'm okay just playing Downs there. I don't have an issue with that. I'm on ad number 19. That's impossible. That's impossible. There's no way. At that point, you need to install ad blocker. At that point, more ads than usual. Literally, huh? This I am unaware of. Again, this is the first time I've heard of it. Okay, this person needs to be banned. Get out of here. Thank you very much. And then Sean McKnight says, I've had only 1 ad. You see, yeah, I don't know. Maybe some of you are perhaps more prone to ads because they know you'll buy products. Maybe YouTube's just hunting you guys. Imagine. It's possible. And what's up, man? Says in a half PPR, I'm 1 and 3. Tyreek Hill or Puka for what? Tyreek Hill or Puka for Neighbors? Yeah, either. I'll trade either for Neighbors, I'll be honest. Kind of up to you on which one you prefer. I'd honestly prefer to rely upon Tyreek, though, because Tyreek's not the one injured, it's Tua. And Puka could always re-aggravate his knee injury. So I'd rather just have Tyreek. So if you could trade Puka for Neighbors, I'd do it. Let's see here. I'm playing Reed and Wicks and Jacobs this week, and it has me very worried. I don't think you should be worried. The Rams defense is awful. But if this is a trap game, then sure. I don't think it's a trap game, though. I think they're pretty solid. Ibrahim sent in a question, says half PPR. Brian Robinson feels suspect today. Do I go T. Higgins instead? Why does he feel suspect to you? He was just limited at practice. Like, it's not like he's doubtful to play or anything of that extent. Like, he's still going to be an active member of the offense, and he's going to be given his normal share. I don't think you should be too worried about it. I'd still play him. FLWZ Flows sends in a question. Thank you, Flows. Says, pick one in a full PPR. Ayuk, Najee Harris, Sermon, Wicks, Brian Thomas Jr., Worthy. If I'm picking one out of those available options, it's Wicks number 1, Brian Thomas number 2, and then everybody else is kind of secondary to that. So yeah, those would be the direction that I'm in. Thank you. Rugby says, drop one today. Bucky Irving, Rico Dowdle, or Braylon Allen. I'm thinking Braylon Allen as the Jets are trash. In terms of long-term value, yes, the other two provide more value in my opinion. So yes, I'm okay with the Braylon Allen drop in that circumstance. Let's see here. Marvin Lewis sends in a question. Thank you, Marvin. I appreciate it. Marvin says, good morning. Standard, I need one to start 2. Okay, I need to start 2 and 1 flex. Very well. Travis, Etienne, Eckler, Hunt, Moss. Cool. So for starting 3 of the 4 options here, Marvin Lewis, the way that I would go about it would be to play Travis Etienne, Kareem Hunt, and Zach Moss. Those are the 3 that I would suggest to play today, regardless of scoring format. Thank you. Is it almost halftime yet? The Jets need to get out of this game. They need to get to halftime ASAP. Wandell or Jacoby Myers? Raphael, I would play Wandell Robinson very comfortably. Sven says number 5 and 6. Sven, you are getting sent, brother. Oh my gosh. Murka says not even 2 games into the weekend and I'm already cooked. Played against Kirk, London, and now Minnesota defense. Yeah, you are cooked. That is rough. Alan says Kareem Hunt or T. Higgins in a full PPR. Let me check who I have ranked higher in a full PPR. As it currently stands, full PPR flex. Let's see here. I do have T. Higgins ahead of Kareem Hunt in a full PPR. So I'd play Higgins there. Trevor Augustus says, Murica, my opponent has Mooney after losing Neighbors. Oh, that's rough, dude. You just got, oh man, you got Mooneyed pretty hard, huh? Josie sends in a question. Says, full PPR, Flowers or Sermon in the flex? Let me check who I've ranked higher. I'm pretty sure it's going to be Flowers. Let me just confirm. Yeah, I have Flowers ahead of Sermon. Again, Sermon's not going to be implicated in getting much receiving work. That's kind of the reason why we don't really like him as much in a full PPR. Like, he's probably going to get himself like 12 to 15 rushing attempts. If he scores a touchdown, he'll be a great like 12-point play. But ultimately, I still think like Flowers is the safer of the two, even with all the hesitancy that we have with the last couple games of production. Why do you rank Ayuk over Zay right now? Zay can disappear regardless. Okay, so Zay Flowers will disappear if it becomes a game in which, without a doubt, the Ravens are leading by a vast... Like, if they're up 2 scores, we are going to see Zay Flowers disappear. Now, we're going to hope that, of course, the Bengals can keep it close to an extent, but he will disappear if it takes place. Now, on the other hand, Ayuk is implicated to be at least a main part of the offense for the entire game, regardless of what the, kind of the overall script is, per se. Very seldom do the 49ers get into a position where they're just run for an entire half. The Baltimore Ravens are a very special team in that circumstance where they will do that in order to just bleed clock and get out of the game. Let's see here. Okay, so AJ Wright sends in a question. Thank you, AJ. AJ says, Wan'Dale Robinson, Moss, or Olave in a 1.5 PPR. Wan'Dale Robinson, without a doubt in my mind, would be the best play there. Daniels over Love in a 6-point per passing touchdown league. Damn, that's a really good question. I think I'd still play Daniels. They're back-to-back. If you want to play Love, I don't have an issue with it. Technically, Love should have himself more passing touchdowns implicated within his overall scoreline. But the way that I see it, like the rushing upside that Jaden Daniels provides makes him so much of a significantly better play to where like I'm comfortable just rolling Daniels there in that circumstance as well. But if you want to play Love, you can. Again, they're back-to-back. In a 6-point per passing touchdown league, yeah, I'd still play Daniels. iShine101 sends in a question, says, I need upside Connor or Cheetah in a full PPR. I don't think I play Cheetah. If you need upside, I think you just hope that Connor finds the end zone. All right, Aaron Rodgers drops back. Oh my God. Touchdown. Let's go, man. Lazard is just his guy. It is what it is. I'm trying to remember. Did I have a... Hold up. Lazard. I only had one Lazard play this week, and it was getting 1 reception in the first quarter, and he couldn't even do that. Oh my God, Lazard killed me. Classic. Okay, anyway, moving on. Let's see here. Let's go here. Let's go there. Okay. Well, at least Aaron Rodgers showed up to the party. I mean, in the final couple seconds there, but they got it. Okay, let's see here. We move on to a question that came in from OG Sumo. By the way, OG Sumo, the most recent sumo tournament that was in Japan happened about, I would say it was last week. It concluded like last Sunday was the final day of the tournament. I've been watching sumo as of late every night. I mean, let me tell you, that is some highly entertaining stuff. Highly entertaining. All right, so anyway, getting to Sumo's question. He says the following. Sit 1, Debo, Pittman, Marvin Harrison, McLaurin. Out of those available options, I'm sitting McLaurin. I play Debo, I play Pittman, and I play Marvin Harrison. Next question, Purdy or Kyler? I'd rather play Purdy. Do I start a questionable Brian Robinson over Achane? He's not even questionable. Last night, they sent in the designation that he's a full go. So I'd still play Brian Robinson there. Thank you, OG. Jerry Mendoza says, Andrew, I think you missed my super chat. Did I? Let me go ahead and check that out right now. Sorry about that, Jerry. Jerry Mendoza says, yes, I think I did. Says, full PPR, Ayuk, Shaheed, or Downs. In a full PPR, the way I have it ranked right now is Downs number 1, Shaheed number 2, Ayuk number 3. Thank you, Jerry. Apologies for missing that. Torrin Davis sends in a question. Says, full PPR, do I sit DJ Moore, Tyreek Hill, Ayuk, or Wicks? Honestly, out of the group, in a full PPR, I think I'm sitting Tyreek Hill. Let me check my rankings. Yeah, Tyreek Hill's a sit out of that group. Ayuk just barely ahead of him, though. Full PPR, Moss or Wicks? Play Wicks. It's not even close. Will Njoku play today? He should. All the reports are leaning towards yes. What did it say? It said Lazard actually dropped many passes this game. Yeah, I know. He dropped 2 in the first quarter. I was sick to my stomach. I almost had that one. It was a first quarter play with him getting a reception, or it was Garrett Wilson, Justin Jefferson, Aaron Jones, and Alan Lazard and Breece Hall, all of them going higher on their first quarter receiving yards. Breece Hall was 0.5 total yards. Okay, he couldn't even get 1 receiving yard because, of course, they put in Braylon Allen. And then Lazard was 0.5 total yards, couldn't even get a reception. Classic. Otherwise, I think I had it like 15 to turn it to 600 or something like that. I was like, I'm taking that. Like, I don't mind. I got 3 out of 5, but, it's always worth the attempt. Moving on to a question that comes in from Rob. Rob Cutts says, got offered one of Bijan, Walker, Henry for Mason and Leggett. Cool. With the news of Christian McCaffrey, should I consider this? Deep at wide receiver, but not running back. Honestly, yes. I would. If I was you, I'd just take Henry. That's cool with me. I'll take Henry. If not Henry, just give me Kenneth Walker. Either of the two. I'm cool with it. But yeah, I'll take Henry right now. Spencer sends in a question. Says PPR, Sermon or Javonte? I prefer Javonte as of right now in a full PPR because I don't expect Sermon to get receiving utilization. Says with Flacco, I'm leaning Sermon. If you want to play Sermon, that's fine. Just to give you context, in a full PPR, the way I have it ranked, I have Sermon as my number 20 and I have Javonte as my number 18. They're both very close. So if you just prefer to play Sermon, again, they're back. I mean, they're not back to back, but they're, 2 rankings separate the two. So if you want to play Sermon, I have no issue with that. Thank you. T King sends in a question. Thank you, T King. Says better rest of season grab, New England's Jalen Polk or returning Kendrick Bourne? I would say it's probably Jalen Polk. I don't think look, to be honest, I don't want to have to roster any New England receivers. But if you were going to, to hold one, it would be Jalen Polk. Frank Grillo sends in a question. Thank you, Frank. Hope you're doing well, Frank. Says Kareem Hunt or McLaurin. Frank, what's your scoring format? Sermon or Akers, says Ryan. Let's play Sermon there. Pickens or Higgins in a standard. I play Higgins there. Etienne, Olave, Wicks. My other starting wide receivers are Reed and Marvin Harrison. In a half PPR between Olave, Wicks, and Etienne, I have it as, I think Olave. Yeah, Olave is the highest ranked of the group. Aaron Jones is out, huh? That is rough. Is he out for the rest of the game? I mean, how bad luck is that? That is rough, to say the least. Frank Grillo says full PPR. I'll just play McLaurin there in the flex then. Thank you. Worthy or a Doomsday in the flex? Sam, I play Worthy there. Look, this is the thing about Aaron Jones, right? He gets hurt every year, so it's not really a surprise. Hopefully you had Ty Chandler on roster. That's all I can say. Because he'll probably be... I mean, they're going into a bye week, so hopefully he'll be ready to come back by week 7. But we'll see. McLaurin, Wan'Dale Robinson, or DJ Moore in a PPR? Shelton, I'd play Wan'Dale Robinson there. Thank you, Quaid. Appreciate it. Why do you use half PPR? Just in case people play in a standard league. Like a lot of the questions today have been for standard format. So just meeting everyone in the middle. Just standard, full PPR, meet in the middle with half PPR. Mo K sends in a question. Nothing attached to it, but never mind, I found it. Says Achane and Brian Thomas Jr. in my flex, half PPR. I'm going to play Brian Thomas there. Thank you. Connor or Wicks in a full PPR, I just play Wicks there. Akers or Sermon, I play Sermon. I have Brees Hall and I'm against Aaron Jones, so I'm happy. Yeah, I mean, at least at that point, you're kind of equaling out there, but still, you need to try to find some value in the second half here. Luckily, they scored, so it keeps it relatively close that maybe they go ahead and get back into the running game, but I don't think they will. The Jets, for some reason, like to ditch the running game very quickly. Maybe it's Aaron Rodgers at the line of scrimmage, audibling out of the runs, but yeah, they like to get out of those scenarios pretty quickly. Let's see here. Sermon or Leggett in a full PPR? I think it's just dependent on what you expect to see out of that game. Like, for me, I have Leggett ranked higher in a full PPR. If you think that there's going to be a situation in which Sermon scores, then I can understand it. But otherwise, I'll just take the receptions and yardage that Leggett is probably implied for. Andrew is more than just Jones. My whole squad is in shambles. We have Watson, Rice, Adams, Taylor. Oh, yeah. JK, you got hit with the... wow. JK, honestly, go buy a lotto ticket because you got like so unlucky that there's got to be some sort of rebalance of the universe to where you get lucky. Go buy a lotto ticket today. That is crazy. James said, you worried about Deontay Johnson being limited today with his ankle? No. If I'm not mistaken, he had a... They designated him full. Am I crazy? Last I checked, he's not even like questionable. Yeah, he's not even questionable. Looking at the game status, they removed him off the injury report. So he's cool. I'm not worried about it. Again, he was banged up last week. He still played. He still was good to go, you know? Let's see here. Rugby says, Andrew, you're a lifesaver. Thank you very much for the guidance. Streaming today, Njoku, Brenton Strange, Hunter Henry, or Gesicki. I play Njoku today. Thank you very much, Rugby. Marine Boy says, rain expected in the Colts versus Jag game. Again, I know. Trust me, I know. I'm still playing my Colts and I'm playing my Jags. Guys, again, this is the thing. I would say that there is... let me think about this. I've done this for, 5 years now? Sunday morning streams, okay? The vast majority of times that people come in and ask about a rain game, by the time that I turn off the stream, okay, and I go to the other room and I turn on NFL Red Zone, the rain is gone. 100% of the time. Very, very seldom does the rain persist. There are only a couple games over the course of the last couple years that I actually clearly remember on a Sunday morning legit being rain games, which one of them was a Jacksonville game. Don't get it twisted. It was a Jacksonville game it was Jacksonville versus Philadelphia, which was a complete disaster. And then it was San Francisco versus Chicago, which was a complete disaster. If the weather is like that, sure, abort mission. But until it's like that, I'm staying with what I have. Do you guys remember that? I think it was 2022 was both those games. Maybe it was 2023. Either way, those are the games that I remember being horrible rain. If it's like that, then sure, we can abort mission. But I don't think it's like that. Kevin T. Again, we're going to have boots on the ground. In about an hour from now, someone's going to be in Jacksonville and they're going to send me a screenshot of what the weather looks like. I got my foot soldiers in the area. Don't worry. Kevin T says full PPR, Tank Dell or Tyrone Tracy. I'd rather just play Tracy there this week. Thank you. Andrew Clark says in the question, says full PPR. H.N. Henry, Hunt, Hill, Kirk, Cooper, Deontay, Chase Brown, Justice Hill, Jaden Daniels, Fields. Pick one quarterback. Jaden Daniels starts. Pick two running backs. Derrick Henry and Kareem Hunt. Pick three wide receivers. Christian Kirk, Deontay Johnson, Amari Cooper. And play one flex. Tyreek Hill. So again, from the top to the bottom, Andrew Clark, the way that I'd set your lineup is Jaden Daniels, Derrick Henry, Kareem Hunt, Deontay Johnson, Christian Kirk, Amari Cooper, Tyreek Hill. Thank you. Royston Gibbs. Thank you, Royston. Appreciate it. Says that a PPR, PPR, 2 start, 1 flex. Cool. So I'm starting 3 total options. Thank you very much. So of the available, Brian Robinson Jr., we have Sermon, we have Javonte Williams, we have Antonio Gibson, we have Charbonnet. Cool. So of the available options you have in a PPR format, let me just confirm. Where do I have Gibson comparatively to Sermon? In a PPR, I have Gibson still behind him. Okay, cool. So the way I'd go about it is Brian Robinson, Javonte Williams, and Sermon would be the 3 that I start. If you were going to swap one out, the only thing that I would consider would be playing Antonio Gibson over Sermon if you're willing to give it a shot and see what the like the starting quote unquote role for Gibson is going to look like against Miami. Now, again, we're not 100% certain as to what kind of exposure to opportunity he gets in comparison to his normal role. I know that they said that, they're going to bench Ramondre or whatever the heck. Or, I mean, it's not like Ramondre is not going to play. There's still going to be a two-headed monster of a sort in the backfield. So for right now, I'd be pretty comfortable just going with Brian Robinson, Sermon, and Javonte. But I can understand if you wanted to play Gibson over Sermon this week. Thank you, Royston. Appreciate it. All right, let me scroll down here. Let's see here. So the percentage is out the window. So the percent, what does the percentage mean? As in rain? Again, you guys got to remember that precipitation, when it says 80% chance of rain, or 50% chance of rain, it's not a matter of that is the volume of chance that it has to rain. It's actually in the generalized area, that is how much of the area is going to be covered by rain. So if it says 50%, that means if the area is, 7 miles, 50% of the 7 miles is going to be covered with rain, right? Cool. Makes sense. Thank you. Andrew Clark says that was 2023. Got it. Thank you. Alrighty, let's see here. Jacobs or Wicks? Depends on format. If we're playing a full PPR, I'd just rather play Wicks. If it's a half PPR, just give me Jacobs. I'll just take the easy points. Sup, Andrew. Is Javonte Williams worth a pickup? I mean, look, again, he's not a weekly start. It's only because he plays the Raiders today that I feel comfortable doing so, because I don't feel like the Raiders are going to be able to impose their will to the extent to where they pull away and the Denver Broncos aren't able to continue to consistently run the ball. Applecod says, morning, Andrew. In a full PPR, start one at the flex. We have Atwell, we have Sermon, we have Madison, and we have Dowdle. Okay, so I don't want to play Dowdle, and I really don't want to play... I guess we could play Atwell there or Sermon. Let me check where I have them ranked accordingly in a full PPR. Let's see here. Atwell. Okay, so Atwell is above the bunch. Yeah, he is the highest ranked of the bunch. So never mind. He is the start in a full PPR. All right, Thomas, let's see here. Dabney sends in a question. Says, sorry. No, you're good, man. You don't even have to send in a super. Thomas, what's your question? Oh, there it is. I found the question. Again, don't feel obligated to have to send in a super. You should never feel obligated to do so. Starting Jacobs and Hubbard as my running backs over HN. Good, cool. My quarterback is Josh Allen. Perfect. I have Jamar Chase, DJ Moore, and Marvin Harrison in my starting lineup. Should I put in Ayuk over any of them? Nope. I keep it as is. You're good to go. Thank you, Thomas. Best of luck. William Flowers says, half PPR BTJ or Najee? Let me check who I have ranked higher. Let's go to half PPR. Najee Harris. So as of right now, I have Najee Harris ahead of BTJ in a half PPR format. So it would be Najee as of right now. It's not normal weather? All right, well, let me go look it up on Twitter then, huh? Let's check this out. Colts at Jaguars. Let's see what the weather looks like. Okay, so as of 10 minutes ago, let's see. Actually, you know what? Let's go to the latest. Not even go 10 minutes. Let's just go right now. Here we go. Let's scroll down. Let's go here. Who lives in Jacksonville? That's my question. Is there any Florida natives in the chat that want to send me a screenshot at 9:30 p.m. Pacific? Sorry, yeah, 9:30 a.m. Pacific Standard Time. Someone want to send me a screenshot 30 minutes before the game starts to show me the weather? Because if it's like, oh, the rain is light and it's only an 8-mile-per-hour wind, I will start a quarterback in 20-mile-per-hour wind. Trust me, I've seen Josh Allen throw in 25-mile-per-hour winds and throw for 300 yards. So do not get it twisted. There are many of situations in which it is still startable. Looking at the weather as it stands, I mean, I'm looking at a screenshot from 10 minutes ago of someone in the stadium area. Like it has rained. That's for sure. But is it going to continue to persist? That is the question. Time will tell. Again, listen, I'm here to suggest what I would do. I can't guarantee you the right answer, but I can guarantee you what I would do and what my experience has led me in the direction of. If you do not trust my rain game senses, ignore me and play what you want. But I will only suggest what I believe. And at this point, this is my belief system. It's funny, every year we do the same go around in which I say, don't worry about weather. People say, we have to worry about it. Then I'm right. And then people say, well, it is what it is. Moving on to a question that comes in from Royston, who says, Start 2 in a PPR. Diggs, Rashid Shaheed, JSN. Okay, cool. Easily going to play Diggs and Rashid Shaheed there. Next question. Mooney was benched. Yeah, it wasn't even the next question. Damn, that sucks. So yeah, I mean, look, I wouldn't have changed anything differently. Royston, I still would have played Diggs and Rashid Shaheed. I didn't expect a Mooney game in which Kirk Cousins was throwing for 4 touchdowns and 500 yards. I didn't expect him to have a career high game in that circumstance. In Jacksonville, it's not raining right now. Thank you very much. See, here we go. It's just all fear mongering. That's what it is. I swear that's what it is. Stream turned into a weather report. No, it's not a weather report. It's me having to tell the people off who are worried about the weather. Yeah, but sort of. Andrew Clark sends in a question. Says full PPR, pick 1 running back and a flex. 3 wide receivers. We have Downs. We have McLaurin, Olave, Keon Coleman, Worthy, Wandell Robinson, and Dell. Okay, so you said pick 1 running back and 1 flex, 3 wide receivers. So my confusion is, where are your running backs? And I'm confused. Okay, hold up. Let's figure out your 3 wide receivers. McLaurin plays, Olave plays, and Wandell Robinson plays. So that is that suggestion, Andrew Clark. Now, where's the rest of your team? Did you type it in the chat by any chance? If you have. Okay, there it is. Hunt, Chase, and Brown. Hunt and Chase Brown. Okay, yeah. Okay, so this is the way I'd go about it. Hunt would be your starting running back. McLaurin, Olave, and Wandell Robinson will be your 3 wide receivers, and your flex would be Worthy. And then for follow-up, Scott Fishbowl League, Slayton, Gray, or Bo Melton. Let me check where I have Melton in comparison to Slayton. So as of right now, I believe that Scott Fish is a full PPR with a tight end premium. As of right now, I have Darius Slayton ranked the highest of those wide receivers. So I'd play Darius Slayton there. Thank you very much. All right, moving on to a question that comes in from Sim. Sim, thank you very much. It says, I'm sort of stuck. Team is Richardson, Aaron Jones, Bucky, Amon-Ra, Marvin, Goddard, and Addison with Kupp on the bench. I'm 2-2. I need to make a trade. Any advice? Okay, so at this point, with all of these... Okay, so Marvin Harrison and Amon-Ra and Goddard need to stay. You could theoretically try to move Aaron Jones along with Kupp. That'd probably be the best case scenario, and you need a new quarterback. I don't know who you're starting this week. Probably Flacco. But yeah, that's what we'll need to try to adjust. I think it's probably in your best interest to take Aaron Jones, especially... I mean... He's going to hit a bye week here. You're 2-2. You might end up being 2-3. If you wait after the bye of Kupp and Aaron Jones next week, you might be 2-4, which you can still make a playoff push if they come back and they're healthy. If they don't, you're then just trying to move them in order to try to get some sort of value back. It says BTJ, Wicks, or Tyreek Hill in a full PPR. I'm playing Wicks there. Mitchie. But yeah, Sim, as of right now, Kupp or Aaron Jones needs to be moved. Aaron Jones will not return, yeah. So again, that's probably the primary suggestion, because you need to bring in some sort of value that can provide you wins in the next couple weeks here in their absence. Okay, let's see here. Where are we at? Tucker or Whittington? Chris, I'd play Whittington. Worried about BTJ with the... Okay, yeah, I'm done with the rain questions, guys. I'm done with that. Frodom sends in a question. Ado Frodom says, in a half PPR pick 2, Wicks, Pickens, Moss, Hill, and Sermon. Out of those available options, it's probably Wicks, and let me check what the other option is. In a half PPR, where's Pickens in comparison to Moss? Where's Moss? Moss, where are you? Okay, so Pickens is ahead of him, but then where's Sermon? Sermon's there. Okay, so of the available options you have here in a half PPR, Frodom, I'm playing Wicks and Pickens. Thank you. Pitch Herndon, saying thank you very much, Pitch, says, who's my drop for Lawrence? Anthony Richardson, Dell, or Leggett? Yikes, it's probably Leggett, to be honest. I don't love it, but that's probably the answer. Yeah, I don't love it at all. That makes me kind of upset, but it is what it is. You're kind of stuck in that situation. Chris Rosado says, pick one. Sorry. It says Tucker or Whittington. Yeah, we'll take Whittington. Half PPR, Fields or Stroud? We'll take Fields. Ryan Kennedy says pick one. Chase Brown, Sutton, JSN, full PPR. I'll take Sutton there. Actually, let me check if I have Sutton ahead of JSN in a full PPR. I do have. I have Sutton one spot ahead of JSN in full PPR. Number 29 compared to number 30 at wide receiver. Thank you very much. Okay, let's see. What's going on with the game? Is Aaron Rodgers and the boys going to do anything today? And we're going to timeout. Very well. Okay. So I'm going to assume that the repeat questions in the chat are because you guys got hit with an ad when I answered it. So I will, out of the grace of my generous heart, answer again. Ando, we are playing Brian Robinson there. Mitchie, we are playing Wicks there. And I think those are the two that I've already answered. Let's see here. Tyreek or Jerome Ford in a full PPR? Eric, honestly, I'm going to play Jerome Ford. I don't really want to risk it with Tyler Huntley. It scares me. Let's see here. Michael Sue Smith says in a full PPR 12-man team, or 12-man league, rate my team. Purdy Mason, Jacobs Mixon, Debo Nico, Deontay 49ers defense, Brandon Aubrey. Yeah, okay, look, listen. First and foremost, I don't know if you have Christian McCaffrey. If you do have Christian McCaffrey, beautiful. Jacobs, Mixon, Mason is a pretty strong combo of running backs. Jacobs will improve, especially starting this week. Mixon hopefully gets healthy and gets returning. Debo, Nico, and Deontay is a great wide receiver core. Don't know who your tight end is. You didn't mention it. Maybe you ran out of characters, but either way, Brandon Aubrey is just a stud. He's like 10 points a week. So regardless of who your tight end is, Brandon Aubrey is actually more valuable than him on a weekly basis. We talked about it in the offseason. In the tight end strategy video that I put out like every year, every single season, there are just as many, if not more, team defenses and kickers that score more than 150 fantasy points than opposing tight ends. So like ultimately, a kicker is more valuable than a tight end arguably in a season. And Brandon Aubrey is the most valuable kicker. So you're in a pretty good spot in that circumstance. Michael Sue Smith. Michael Rosado says Josh Downs or Tracy in a full PPR. I'll take Downs there. Pitch Herndon says one more 10-team league. Do I drop Dell for Downs this week? No. Again, in the long term, Dell has more value. Unless you needed to start Downs 100%, you're probably in a situation where you just keep it as is. Sue Smith says my tight end's got her. Cool. Yeah, you're in a good spot there then. Again, I think Purdy will improve over time. Obviously, we're trying to look for potential improvements on him because in tougher matchups, he kind of disappears at times. But in this circumstance, I think you get a pretty solid team across the board. There's nothing that I really want to like remove. Like maybe you can theoretically trade Deontay Johnson to bring in Devontae Smith. I'd be very much so interested in doing that. But outside of that, I think everything else is pretty good to go. Okay, let's see here. Phil says, "Hey Andrew, can Breece Hall do something today?" You know what? Let me call the offensive coordinator for the Jets really quickly. I got him on speed dial. Let me call him, Phil, and I'll tell him to put him back in the game. You know what? I'll just be generous. I'll just text him. Let me text him real quick. Let me see what kind of response I get. Maybe he doesn't respond, but either way, don't want to bother him mid-game. Frosty says, "Is it worth dropping Jacoby Myers for Josh Downs now?" No. Jacoby Myers is the wide receiver one of the Raiders for the remainder of the season, so I'd rather just keep him. Jonathan Del Angel, Jonathan, thank you. Says flex 2, Jake Ferguson, Keenan Allen, Jerome Ford, Shaheed. If I'm flexing two of these options, regardless of scoring format, I'm playing Jake Ferguson and Shaheed, I think. Maybe if it's a standard league, I'd play Ford and Shaheed, but I think it's Jake Ferguson, Shaheed if it's a half PPR, full PPR format. Thank you. Jordan Kaba sends in a question. Jordan, long time no see. Hope you're doing well, Jordan. Says, pick 2, Keenan Allen, Wanda Robinson, Jordan Whittington, Curtis Samuel. As of right now, let's say, for example, it's a full PPR, okay, because you didn't mention your format. Let's say, for example, it's a full PPR. The way that I'd go about it would be Curtis Samuel alongside of Wandell Robinson. If it's a half PPR, I'll just play Wandell along with Whittington. Thank you. Okay. No, Brian Robinson does not scare me, Ben. Nope. Not worried about it. They cleared him full go last night, so I'm not feeling any concern. Okay, let's see here. We took care of that. All right, what are the Jets doing here? Let me just watch this game for a second. 3rd and 12. And he dumps it off to Conklin. Are they at least in field goal range to where the dump off is worth it? Nope. Looks like they're punting. Very well. Okay, keep it moving. Anything on McBride? No, you won't get any information on McBride until noon PST. So probably like 3 p.m. Eastern. You're not going to get information regarding him until way later down the line. Tyrone Tracy or Madison in a full PPR. Let me check who I have ranked higher. In a full PPR, I have Tracy at 23 and Madison at 24. They're back to back. And they punted out the back of the end zone. Beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. Okay, so is Sam Darnold going to go score any points for us for fantasy? Because that would be nice. Please and thank you, Sam Darnold. Thank you. Andre Turner sends in a super chat. Thank you, Andre. Appreciate it. Says in a full PPR, 1 flex, Josh Downs or Kareem Hunt. I'm very comfortable rolling with Josh Downs there. If you ask me about the weather, just play Kareem Hunt. If you're going to have to ask me about whether I trust the weather in an hour and a half, just let it be. Play whatever you want. But otherwise, I'll take Downs. Thank you. Let's see here. Max says, what does it say? Start 1, Ayuk, Mahomes, Achane, or Sermon? Nah, I'm just going to play Mahomes there pretty easily. DJ says, what does it say? Oh, God, my YouTube crashed. Yo, every time with this YouTube, can I just get one day where this thing doesn't break? Hold up. Give me a second, guys. I have to reset my whole browser because it is just beyond unreliable at this point. One moment, please. Bum 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 bum. Just give me a moment. Dum 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 dum. Okay. We took care of that. 1 second. Okay, perfect. Coming back. Okay, where did DJ's question go? He says PPR flex. Okay, so half PPR BTJ or Hunt. I'll play Hunt there. That's fine. Full PPR Stevenson or Eckler. I have Eckler ahead of Stevenson in a full PPR. The floor of production is on Eckler. Andre Turner sends in a question. Thank you, Andre. I appreciate it. Andre says in a full PPR, 1 flex spot, Josh Downs or Kareem Hunt. Yeah, look, I'm very I think I already answered this, right? Yeah, we already answered this. We're playing Josh Downs. Cool. Alan Moore sends in a question. Nothing attached to it though. Alan, where are you in the chat? Are you perhaps? Let's see here. Control F. Alan Moore says Parkinson or Strange. I have Parkinson. I had a Strange. Thank you, Alan. I appreciate it. Brother Man says already starting Jaden Reed and Kraft. We good to flex Wicks over Najee. Depends on format. Let me check my rankings. So in a full PPR, I have Wicks ahead of. Let's see, where's Wicks? Control F Wicks. So in a full PPR, I have Wicks ahead of Najee. In a half PPR, I have Najee ahead of Wicks. So it's dependent on what your scoring format is as the way I would go about it. Cool? Thank you. We move on to a question. What does that say here? Donovan says, full PPR, do I start Tyrone Tracy or Sermon? Who do I have ranked higher in a full PPR? Let me check. In a full PPR, I still have Sermon ahead of him. Thank you. Anthony Richardson is officially inactive for week 5. Yep, as we anticipated. Okay. We had a question that came in from National Champ Rush. Thank you, National Champ. Speaking of National Champ, how about that Alabama game yesterday? I mean, listen, I'm not on Saturday afternoons, I am live streaming here on the channel. I am not an avid college football watcher, but my God, that was a surprising turn of events. Very interesting. But I did enjoy watching last night's Dodgers game. My Dodgers definitely pulled in a nice little W there. Hopefully we can do the same again tonight, and we'll be good to go. All right, let's see here. We had a question from National Champ Rush. Says, half PPR, should I trade Justin Jefferson away for a monster RB1 and a wide receiver 2 or a wide receiver 1 and an RB2? I have DK, Jaden Daniels, Scary Terry, Mixon, Henry. if you're going to trade away Jaden Daniels, or sorry, if you're going to trade away Justin Jefferson, I would prefer to get back the monster wide receiver 1 and the RB2 in return. That's what I would want. I don't want the RB1. I want the wide receiver 1 and the RB2. Because you already have Mixon and Henry for the rest of the season. You still need to recoup some value at wide receiver. And then the RB2 can be utilized in the flex. Thank you. Moving on. We had a question that came in from Ken Monahan. Thank you, Ken. I don't see anything attached. Let me see if I can find your name in the live chat. Ken Monahan. Says Wando Robinson or Tyreek Hill. Yeah, I'll take Wando Robinson over Tyreek Hill today. In half PPR or full PPR, either one. Andrew Clark says Bo Nix, Bo Melton, or Gray in a Scott Fish league, 6 point per passing touchdown and 1 point for every 50 passing yards, 0.25 per rushing attempts, 1 point per reception, 1 point per bonus reception, 0.5 per rushing first down. Andrew, I don't even know what that means, brother. I couldn't even tell you who, like, I don't even know what that projects out to. That is such a weird league that I'd probably just play the quarterback and just say F it. Like, I don't know. I don't know what that is. That's the weirdest scoring format I've ever seen. Jeff Briggs sends in a question. Says, Ferguson or Wando Robinson? I'll play Wando Robinson there. Thank you. Sam Darnold steps back, throws, and is that a first down from Addison? Please and thank you. Moving on, we had a question from Kerry. Kerry, thank you very much. Says 2 flex options. We have Wando Robinson, we have Downs, we have Sermon, we have Kirk, we have Leggett. Okay, so of the available that you have, actually, Kerry, what's your scoring form? I mean, the way that I see it, you're probably going to play Kirk and Wandell Robinson. Yeah, that's probably the way that I'd go about it. Let me think. Let's see. I'm going to go check my half PPR just to see if Sermon is by any chance ahead of those receivers. Let's see here. Sermon, no. So the way that I have it as it currently stands, Kerry, is I'd play Wandell Robinson and Christian Kirk. That's the way that I'd go about it, regardless of scoring format. Thank you. JT86TN sends in a question. Says, in a standard scoring league, I need a flex. Akers, Judy, Flowers. Of those 3 options, I'm probably playing either Judy or Flowers. Don't really want to play Akers. He requires touchdown upside in order to be a little bit more valuable than these alternative options. So between the bunch, in a standard scoring league, I legitimately think I'm playing Judy. And then as for your full PPR question, Worthy or Ford, I'm just going to play Ford there in the flex. I think he has a very high floor and perhaps even more upside if he finds the end zone. Jesse G says, JSN, Leggett, or Michael Wilson? In a half PPR, I'll play Leggett there. Jesse, thank you. Moving on to a question that came in from Charlie Clark. Thank you, Charlie. Says, Brian Robinson Jr. or Chris Olave in a half PPR? Let me check my rankings really quickly. Half PPR. Let's look up Chris Olave. Chris Olave is... I have Brian Robinson ahead of him. They're in the same tier, and they're only ranked 3 rankings apart from one another. If you want to play Olave over Brian Robinson because you're concerned about him or something of that extent, then you can. But I prefer Brian Robinson as of today. Thank you. Is my phone going to die? Let me see. I've been streaming the game on my phone. No, I'm not even close to the battery dying. Wow. That's actually crazy. Usually my iPhone is just melted by this time. Can I? Okay, there we go. Dylan sends in a question. Thank you, Dylan. Says, need a reason to start Olave over BTJ? You need a reason? I mean, at this point, I'd say start BTJ. I'm not going to be able to provide you with that reason. Because honestly, I kind of like BTJ right now. Mark sends in a question. Says, full PPR, Keon Coleman or Worthy? Yeah, I'd rather just play Xavier Worthy. Keon Coleman had a little bit of couple flashes last week, but I don't know how consistent that is going to be. Okay, let's see here. Frosty sends in a question. Says, greetings and salutations. We have Myers, Leggett, Waddle, or Jennings. Out of those available, I'm just going to go with Leggett in a full PPR. Thank you. Monel Patel says, in a half PPR, Charbonnet or Tracy? We'll take Tracy there. Can I drop Steele now? Yes, you can drop Steele now. Thank you. Crusader says, what do you think about starting players in Jacksonville due to heavy rain? Yeah, let's see how the weather looks in an hour. Okay? I'm not going to make any decisions as to whether I start those players at this moment. once the weather is kind of established in an hour from now. Like, I want to know pre-kickoff, like literally 10 minutes before the game, what the weather looks like. At that point, I'll have the most up-to-date information as to how we can approach it. But like watching right now, like literally as of 3 minutes ago, okay? They posted a video of Cam Little, the kicker for the Jaguars, kicking field goals. There is no rain. So I don't know what's going on, but I think it's just all fear-mongering. I'm telling you. I think that's truly what it is. Jennifer Vaughn says, should I start Rico Dowdle or Tracy? I prefer to play Tracy there this week. Rico Dowdle doesn't get much receiving work. Additionally, I don't love the matchup going against Pittsburgh. I'd rather just play Tracy with his implied receiving upside in the absence of Neighbors and Singletary. Donovan says, should I hold on to Pittsburgh or Denver defense rest of the season? I mean, look, Denver's defense, Vance Joseph really has turned that ship around, but I think Pittsburgh is like, they're both in the top 4. In terms of rest of the season, I think it's a matter of matchups. Honestly, I think it just depends on how you want to approach it. Like when I look at Denver's schedule, right? So they have Las Vegas, then the Los Angeles Chargers, New Orleans, Carolina. Like the next 4 games, you can start them every week. Then they get Baltimore, then Kansas City, which are like kind of sketchier games. But then they go back to Atlanta, Las Vegas, Cleveland, Indianapolis, Los Angeles Chargers again. Like this Denver defense, I think, is very much so startable for the remainder of the season, assuming they stay healthy as a core. Now, as for Pittsburgh, let's go look them up really quickly, just so I can give some context on that matter. Okay, let's see here. So Pittsburgh's defense upcoming, we have Dallas this week, then Las Vegas, New York Jets, New York Giants, Washington, Baltimore. So I think if I was going to hold a defense, I'd be very comfortable holding Pittsburgh for the next month here. Las Vegas, New York Jets, and the Giants. And then by the time you get to week 9, maybe at that point you'd pivot off. But I think I'm pretty comfortable holding them until then. But if you wanted to just roll with the Denver Broncos, I don't have an issue with it. I think they're pretty good. All right, let's continue on answering questions. My YouTube's going to crash. This son of a gun again. Cooper or Wan'Dale Robinson? Brandon, I'm going to play Wan'Dale. Thank you. Javonte Williams or Worthy? It depends on format. I think I'm just going to play with Javonte in the safe position. I think you're getting trolled. I think so too, Woogie. But honestly, the fact of the matter is, I get trolled all the time. People tell me it's happy birthday time, but it's not my birthday. I need to find... Okay, let's go back to Colts at Jags. Cool. All right. Caleb Hamilton sends in a super chat. Thank you, Caleb. I appreciate it. Caleb says the following. He says, in a full PPR flex 1, Ramondre, Keenan, Whittington, or Waddle? Out of those options, I'm playing Whittington. Thank you. Ken sends in a question. Says, PPR, I need 1. Stevenson, Tracy, Dowdle, or Hill. Out of those options, it's between Tracy and Tyreek Hill. Let me check who I have ranked higher in a full PPR. Tyreek. So as of right now, in a full PPR scoring format, I do in fact have Tyreek Hill ranked the highest. Thank you, Ken. Dragon Slayer sends in a question. Thank you very much, Dragon Slayer. Says, PPR, Pickens or McLaurin? I have McLaurin ranked higher. Thank you, Donovan. Appreciate that. All right, let's see here. D. Ludashenko sends in a question. Says, greetings from Ukraine, Andrew. Full PPR, would you take a chance on Sermon over Etienne at the flex? In a full PPR, I'm less inclined, mainly because I know Sermon's not going to get himself the receiving utilization. He hasn't been implicated within that offensive kind of form thus far. And even last season when they utilized him, it was a lot of Tyler Goodson within the receiving game. So I'd venture to say it's better off that you roll with ETN. But I don't mind considering it. I just don't love it. I have Mason and Walker. Yeah, I'd just play ETN if I was in your position. But if you want to play Sermon, I don't think it's a terrible decision. I just think you would need a touchdown. You would need it. It's not even like up for discussion. You would have to get a touchdown. Otherwise, you're screwed. Why so much Braylon Allen? Where is Brees? Trevor says, I have no clue. I'm not even watching the game. I've stopped watching after that halftime. Let's see here. Aaron Rodgers drops back in the pocket, scrambles. He's got happy feet. Okay, goes. And he gets smashed and throws a pick. Nope, never mind. Incomplete. Almost threw another pick. Yeah, I see that. Dude, last week when I rewatched this game, or earlier this week when I watched the Denver game from last week, dude, that Denver D-line was I mean, they had Rodgers running for his life. They beat him up so badly. I didn't even think Denver's pass rush was that good. Maybe they're not that good, and it's just a matter of this offensive line being terrible. Let's see here. Downs over Pickens, only in a full PPR. Half PPR, I'd rather just play Pickens. Standard, I'd rather just play Pickens. A-Train says half PPR, Christian Kirk or Tyrone Tracy. Already starting BTJ. I'd start both Jacksonville receivers. Is Aaron Rodgers hurt? Oh, no. Oh, no. God. Okay, all right. So, he's grabbing his hamstring. So, who's the backup? It's Tyrod Taylor. Okay, Tyrod can... Hold up, everybody stay calm. Okay, Tyrod is a very capable backup. Okay, Tyrod won games as a starting quarterback for the Giants last year. Okay, now this being said, Aaron Rodgers looks like he just died on the field. So let's say, for example, okay, let's real-time analysis. If this injury is that significant, okay, I mean they're going on. No, he's walking off the field. All right, never mind. He's fine. He's fine. All right, keep it moving. Any update on McBride? Connor, McBride plays in the afternoon window of games. So that would be 1 p.m. PST, 4 p.m. EST. So you won't get an update on McBride's status until an hour before that game. So you'd have to wait until the afternoon. It wouldn't be in the morning slate of games. I was going to say, if that Rodgers injury is really bad and he can't actually walk off the field, they're not trading for Devontae. That's where I was getting to, but we never got there. All right. Dylan sends in a question. Thank you, Dylan. Dylan says, I need one for the flex. No question. I think I just want to play Hubbard there just off of the purity of the matchup. Let me check if I have Pittman ahead of him in a full PPR, though. So as it currently stands right now, I have Pittman at 13 and Hubbard at 14 in my flex in a full PPR, Dylan. So technically, I would play Pittman. But I think it's probably just safer to play Hubbard at this point. But I'd be comfortable with either of the two. Aaron Rodgers walking onto the field. Okay, we're good to go. Hodge sends in a question. Says full PPR flex option, Sermon or Downs? In a full PPR, I'd rather just have Downs on my lineup. Anonymous says, bro, Rich Eisen is insufferable. Is he doing the announcing? I like Rich Eisen. I actually do like Rich Eisen. He's a nice guy. Joe Flacco is playing. Should I start Michael Pittman Jr. over Brian Thomas or Terry McLaurin? I would start Pittman over Terry McLaurin, yes. Young Money sends in a question. Yes, I remember you, Young Money. Says, well, I started Breece Hall over BTJ, Shaheed, and Wicks, SMH. Would I have done the same thing? What format are you in, Young Money? I mean, I don't blame you. It's your starting running back. But, I mean, it sounds like you started him in the flex, which is not as pretty. Is Breece Hall going to start cooking, please? For all of us? Please. Should we just all do should we all hold hands and do a fantasy God's blessing? Like, just pray to the fantasy gods right now? Because that might actually be the play. At this point. Jocelyn says, I'm not rooting for injuries. I just need another quarterback so Breece can do something. Yeah, you're not. I mean, you're not totally wrong. I don't think it's a matter of the quarterback as to whether they run the ball. It's a matter of look, here's the thing, right? The Vikings are going to stack the box and they're going to blitz the whole time. So really, running the ball is just a matter of can all 11 of the offensive members of the Jets do their job and not miss blocks? If they're capable of not missing blocks, then sure, but I don't even think they're capable of doing that. That's the beauty of football, right? You have to have 11 people on the same page every single play to find success offensively. That is why it is the most difficult game. Because even, the funny thing is, football, there's no perfect player. No one can play well on every single play. That is the actual, beauty of it. It's just a matter of, oh my God, Aaron Rodgers almost got ripped. Who just caught that? Is that Garrett? How many receptions does Garrett even have today? Let me go find this real quick. Garrett Wilson today has 12 targets, 7 grabs for 51. Not terrible, but not great. 12 targets for 7 grabs is the kind of sketchy part. But anyway, Kim sends in a question. Thank you, Tim. Tim says, in a full PPR, pick 2. T. Higgins, Brian Thomas Jr., and Wicks. Of those 3 available, I'll take Brian Thomas and Wicks as of this week. Thank you very much, Tim. Appreciate it, my man. Young Money, where is you said PPR? Cool. Okay, thank you, Young Money. Out of those options, yeah, I would have played BTJ and Wicks ahead of him. Sorry. I would have played both over him. Shackle Free sends in a question, says, half PPR, please analyze Ford versus Hunt in an RB2 in a half PPR. See chat for part 2. Okay, Shackle, let me see if I can find your part 2. Control F, Shackle. Okay, Shackle says, and I quote, I'm in Jacksonville. It's not even raining right now. You see, I got my correspondents out there. I got my boots on the ground, okay? I got my foot soldiers out here representing. Thank you, Shackle. Says Ford or Hunt. Okay, so here's the way that I see it. In the half PPR scoring format between the two of them, the preference between the two leads me in the direction of wanting to play Hunt because I know that there is a possibility in which the Chiefs could be in a positive game script to run the ball for majority of the second half. The reason why Ford has value is because there's no Nick Chubb, Deontay Foreman is not getting utilization, and the receiving upside that is implicated with Ford's overall game is relatively high. Again, the 2 games this season in which they've been in pretty heavy negative game scripts, he's had himself 6 receptions in both games. So in a half PPR, he provides a lot of value in that circumstance. But in terms of rushing yardage, rushing touchdown upside, it's more in favor of how Kareem Hunt is, and considering how he looked in week 1, or sorry, not week 1, his week 1, which was week 4 of last week. Kareem Hunt just slightly ahead of him because I think there's more rushing upside, there's more rushing overall touches, and there's more touchdown upside in comparison to Jerome Ford, who is very much so dependent on the receiving game, elevating his overall production. They're both great plays, and they're back-to-back in my rankings. I just slightly prefer Hunt because of the game script and the Chiefs' offense. Let's see here. Marv or Connor? In a PPR, I'll go Marv. In a half PPR standard, I'll just play Connor. Ramondre or Dell? I'd probably just play Ramondre, to be honest. I don't think I can play Dell. Etienne or Wandell? I think I just play Wandell in a full PPR. Braylon Allen catching passes out of the backfield. I'm telling you, man, I don't get it. I don't know why they don't use Brees in that kind of circumstance. Anyway, moving on. Hank Hennig sends in a question. Thank you, Hank. Hank says the following. PPR pick 2. Start Kirk, Higgins, Rashid, or Downs? Kirk, Higgins, Rashid, Downs. All right, so out of the group, if I'm picking 2 of these guys, it's going to be Christian Kirk and Josh Downs. Yeah, in a full PPR, that's the way that I'd roll about it. Also, drop Warren and pick up a defense for next week. Thinking of picking up the Chargers or Bills for week 6. Let me check the week 6 schedule, and then I'll tell you right now. So next week, the Chargers take on the Broncos, which is not bad. But then we have the Bills taking on the Jets. That's the play. You pick up the Bills. Yeah, that's what you do. Thank you. Anonymous says, any case to play Downs over BTJ or Wicks? Nah. I'm fairly comfortable with the workload that those two will get in comparison. And I also think they're just, yeah. They play in roles and in matchups specifically on the outside in which they should be expected to potentially score touchdowns. I'm not guaranteeing it, but I think it's definitely within the realm. How do we feel about Pittman? We're going to play him this week. He's going to play well. Then we're going to trade him next week. That's how we feel. Yeah. Hey, Andrew, McLaurin versus Browns or Shaheed versus KC? I'd rather just play McLaurin as of right now. New waves. Trevor Augustus says, confirm Jacksonville is not raining, boys. All right, good to know. Good to know. Why Steelers defense ranked so high? Because they play the Cowboys. Sorry. Tano Martin sends in a question. Says, in a 12-team full PPR league, Kyler, Henry, Mason, Ayuk, Christian, Kirk, Kincaid, Hunt, Seahawks, Cardi. Okay. My bench consists of Achane, Charbonnet, Bucky, St. Brown, Sutton, Tracy, Hawkinson, Rice. Thoughts on the future? I mean, again, Rice is going to get a knee scope tomorrow. That'll determine the length of his injury. I think it's not going to be ACL related, and I think he actually could return later this year. Then you get St. Brown coming off of the bye week. Hawkinson coming off of the IR, or he's activated, but he'll probably be in your lineup within the next 2 weeks here. To where once you get Hawkinson back, we're looking to the future of potentially trading away Kincaid and then getting some value out of that. And then at that point, you can try to address your running back position because eventually Mason and Hunt may disappear. And if you can get some running back depth out of Kincaid, I think that'd be pretty good. And then you'll have Achane returning. I think you're in a good spot here going forward. Again, it's just very much so dependent on getting those players back off of your bench, Daniel. Champagne Fantasy sent in a question. Says PPR Brian Robinson or Tyreek. Champagne, aren't you part of Patreon? Why don't you go check the rankings, brother? I don't know why you're asking me. It's posted on Patreon. Champagne says Brian Robinson or Tyreek Hill PPR. Let's go check the ranking, shall we? Let's reference it. Brian Robinson is ahead of Tyreek Hill, so that's the way I would go about it. Pick 2 out of Sermon, Dowdle, Tracy, Waddle. I'll take Tracy and Sermon out of those available. Champagne, thank you. Chris Moraga says, rest of season 49ers or Bears defense? One moment, please. Let's see here. San Fran. Upcoming schedule for San Fran, Arizona, Seattle, Kansas City, Dallas, Tampa Bay, Seattle. Okay. And then we have, what was the question? It was San Francisco or Bears. Okay. Bears beats in Battlestar Galactica. Let's see here. Chicago. So looking at Chicago's defense as of right now, Chicago is on bye in week 7. Honestly, I'd prefer to have Chicago's defense, but only in certain matchups. Like, I like them the next 2 weeks. Like, Carolina's good, Jacksonville's good. Then they go on bye. And they have to take on Washington, which I don't love. But then they have Arizona, New England. I'm inclined to play them in like 4 of the next 6 weeks. In comparison to the 49ers, though, honestly, I'd probably rather just have the Bears as of right now. I'm looking short term, but yeah, that's kind of the direction I'm leaning in. Okay. Aaron Rodgers and the boys, they're going to kick a field goal here. If the Vikings somehow lose this game because they cannot function offensively, this is going to be an absolute ridiculous London game. But it wouldn't surprise me, of course. Dalton Kincaid or George Kittle in a full PPR this week. Kincaid plays at 1 p.m. Kittle at 4:05. Yeah, I'm going to play Kittle. If he's active, well, look, I say if he's active. We were already given confirmation that he's going to play today. So if it's between the two of those, I would like to play Kittle. That would be the preferred. Hunter or Amari Cooper, full PPR. Angel, play Cooper. Excuse me, sorry. Brain lag. Kraft or Bowers. Jordan Morris, play Bowers. Akers, yeah, that's not good, yeah. Spicy Ice Cube says, okay, yeah, we took care of you. Thank you. Drop Waddle for downs? Nope, absolutely not. Never. Nope, can't do it. No. Do not do that. Do not do that. Xander O'Malley sent in a question. Thank you, Xander. Appreciate it. Xander says, in a full PPR flex, do I start Hunt or Christian Kirk? You play Christian Kirk. Thank you. Zachariah sends in a follow-up, says, half PPR, Pickens or Wan'Dale Robinson? In a half PPR, I still have Wan'Dale Robinson ahead of him. Fields is my quarterback. Yeah, even with Fields, I mean, look, the volume of opportunity that Wan'Dale Robinson is kind of implicated for today is valuable enough to where, regardless of that, I'm still firing him up. Clutch Followers says, start 2 in a full PPR, Jaden Reed, Debo, or Deontay Johnson. Let me check who I have ranked higher in a full PPR. Jaden Reed is like top 5 already, so then it's just between Debo and Deontay. I have Debo ahead of Deontay as of right now. Thank you very much. Little Buddha says, Najee, Kareem Hunt, Tutu Atwell, pick 2 in a full PPR. I think it's Najee for sure. Then it's between Hunt and Tutu. Let me check who I've ranked higher. Tutu Atwell. As of right now, I have it as Hunt and Najee as the 2 starters in a full PPR in that circumstance. Buddha, thank you. Ludashenko, yeah. Ludashenko says, in a full PPR, another league, we have Murray or Fields. I'll take Fields. Also, wide receiver 2 in flex. Downs, JSN, Scary Terry. I'll take Downs and Scary Terry there. Ludashenko, thank you. D-Man, Sweener, sends in a question, says, half PPR, pick 2. Tyreek Hill, Olave, Wicks, Brian Thomas Jr., upside, and why? In a half PPR, let me check who I have ranked higher. It's on screen. So again, the rankings that are here, so like Wicks, Dontavion Wicks, Brian Thomas Jr., Olave, we're all there, right? They're all back to back to back. So again, if you guys are looking for interpositional rankings as of this morning, updated as of this morning, excludes the players that have already started playing in this Jets versus Vikings game. The rankings that are on the screen right there are there for a reason. Otherwise, I just blow up the full screen and just have my face on here. But we don't want to come and look at Andrew's face. We want to come look at the rankings, right? That's the whole point. So this being taken into consideration. Of the available that you have, it's Olave and probably playing Wicks. Yeah, it's Olave and Wicks are my top two. They're all in the same tier. They're all tier 4 wide receivers, like Diggs, Marvin Harrison, Olave, Wicks, Brian Thomas. They're all in the same tier for me, but I have Olave and Wicks as the top two in the overall circumstance. If you want to play BTJ over one of them, I have no issue with it. They're all in the same tier, which arguably makes it so where one is more valuable than the other. If you decide to choose one over the other, it has no barring. I think they're all very much so similar production based on my projection model. Jelly Monster says, start Ramondre or Najee? Without a doubt in my mind, 1,000% of the time I will play Najee there. Thank you. Kittle will for sure play, question mark? Let me go and find the report really quickly. Yeah, so as of 1 hour ago, expected to play. If there was any other hesitancy from the organization, they would have already put out a report saying, yeah, he's doubtful to play or X, Y, Z, something of that extent, you know? So yeah, he is expected to play. Start Geno or Murray? I'd probably play Murray there. Yeah, I mean, again, the rankings are here. So once it pops up, you can check out where I have Murray in comparison to Geno, but that's the way I go about it. Cyanide says, I want to look at your face. All right, cool. Thanks, man. Oh, goodness. Let's see here. Speaking of my face, I'm sweating like a mother hecker. All right. Matthew Rosado sends in a question, says Tyrone Tracy or Stevenson? I'll take Tyrone Tracy there. Thank you. Nick Myers says David Njoku coming off of injury or Pat Freiermuth today and rest of season. Okay, so today, I mean today and rest of season, I'm going to play Njoku. If Pat Freiermuth was in look, I don't mind the Dallas matchup. I just don't know how much utilization he's guaranteed for. So if it's just me, I'm probably just going to play Njoku in all scenarios. Today, rest season, keep it moving. Jose Dones sends in a question. It says full PPR pick 3. We have James Conner, Kareem Hunt, Ramondre Stevenson, Tank Dell, Josh Downs. I would play Conner, Downs, and Hunt. Thank you, Jose. Appreciate it. Let's see here. Njoku or Ertz? I'm going to play Njoku there. Self-made. Jackie Johnson says, should I trade Geno and Pickens for Fields and Andrews? Do you need Andrews? Do you need Mark Andrews? That's the question. Like if you okay, I think this is the week that Mark Andrews scores a touchdown. Now I could be completely wrong because, he doesn't do anything anyway, right? The guy has been 0 points 2 weeks in a row. So anyway, I think this is the week he scores a touchdown. But that being said, with this all taken into consideration, you'd basically be trading a 2-for-1. You'd be giving Geno. Actually, you know what? It's not even a 2-for-1 because Geno. Again, eventually he's not going to be a starter. It's Pickens for Fields. If you can live without Pickens, you have enough wide receiver depth, Jackie, to be able to survive this. I don't mind trading Pickens for Fields for rest of season, assuming Fields will be your starter every game henceforth. Pickens or Wandell? I'd rather play Wandell. Thank you. Sam Darnold drops back, throws a monster 50-yard bomb, and nothing. A little bit inaccurate, but it's okay. Moving on to a question that came in from Rajo, who says Flacco or Murray this week. I have Murray slightly ahead. Again, the rankings that are going to pop up right here, I have Murray. Let me check one more time on my Patreon. So Murray's my number 10. Flacco's my number 12. They're in 2 different tiers. I do prefer Murray a little bit slightly ahead of him. But I wouldn't mind if you play Flacco over him. If you look again, I talked about it earlier this week. Flacco in the last 6 consecutive games he has played, including last week, has thrown for 2 or more touchdowns. The guy is going to score. The Colts offense will look the best it has had, that it has looked over the course of this year, probably today offensively, because of Flacco. So ultimately, yeah, we're good to go. Sven Dragon says, check the webcam. Definitely raining. Where's the webcam? Give me the link. Send it to me on Twitter. Because what I'm looking at right now, let's go ahead. Let's find the latest update. Let's go latest. Boom, boom, boom. Definitely a little bit of rain there. I see it. But the question is it going to stop between now and an hour from now? Ha ha ha. We'll see. I don't know about this webcam though. If there's a webcam, I'd like to get a link to that. Send it to me on Twitter. Thank you. F1 Mafia sends in a question, says Johnson from Carolina or Ford from Cleveland. I'll take Deontay Johnson. Thank you. Move on to Jonathan Cushman. Thank you very much, Jonathan. Jonathan says Baltimore defense or stream KC or New England. Baltimore defense or stream KC. Let me check here. So as it currently stands in terms of my defensive rankings, I don't have Baltimore anywhere. If you're going to just continue to roll Baltimore for the rest of the season, that's fine. I don't have an issue with that. I mean, as it stands, like Baltimore's defense is okay. If it was me, comparatively to your other options, I'd start New England, but I mean, that might be a little bit crazy. I just don't trust Miami's offense. Njoku or Kraft the rest of the season, I'd rather have Njoku. Jackie says I have Kelsey, so you don't really need Mark Andrews then. So I mean, it's just a matter of would you rather have Pickens or Fields? That's just it. That's the kind of the designation that you have to make. Can you explain why Fields over Murray? Yeah, because Murray stops running the ball. Also, Murray is unfortunately in a situation oftentimes where the offense just does not function. You go back to that Detroit Lions game, did not function in a great matchup. You go against Washington, did not function in a great matchup. Unfortunately, Kyler Murray, for some reason, some weeks will just never show up. And if he stops running, even bigger problem. So I'd rather just stick with the quarterback that is going to run, is in a functioning offense, and has played better than he ever has in his career. Not on Twitter? No, I know it's not on Twitter. I want you to send me the link to the webcam on Twitter. Shoot me a DM. Sven, come on. Ramondre or Christian Kirk in the flex? It's going to be Christian Kirk. Terp sends in a follow-up. Terp, where's your question? It says, would you start Eckler over Leggett or Leggett over JSN? Let me check. What's the scoring format, Terp? I'm afraid Seattle will be dominant and JSN will forget it. Yeah, okay, let's see here. As it currently, let's say you're playing a full PPR, Terp. Jackson Smith. So as it currently stands, I do have Jackson Smith ahead of. In a full PPR, I have him ahead of both. I have him ahead of both Leggett and Eckler. So the answer is I would play JSN. The only one of the two that I would play over JSN is Leggett. I wouldn't play Eckler over him. Thank you. Okay, let's see here. Josh Ramirez says, I have Devontae, Dobbins, JT Cup, and Montgomery on my bench with AR at quarterback. Do I drop AR or Dobbins? To pick up a quarterback today, you drop AR. Thank you. I'm not on Twitter. Then Sven, brother, I mean, I need some help. I mean, come on, give me the link. Let's see here. Jacksonville. Let me look this up. Jacksonville Stadium webcam. Nope, that doesn't work. That doesn't work. Nope. Jaguars fan cam. Let's see if this one's a real thing. That's not real either. That's not for today's game. Okay. Well, the heck was that? Keep it moving. Skizatron sends in a question. What a name. Says in a half PPR superflex, Kyler Murray, Keenan Allen, Wan'Dale Robinson, Dontavion Wicks, Brian, you're going to play the quarterback there. Yeah, just play Murray. You're good to go. If it was a full PPR, I think I would consider playing Wan'Dale Robinson or Wicks there, but considering it's not a full PPR, I think Murray's just a better play overall there, Skizatron. Shacklefree says, hey, Andrew, please read all 3 PT quests in chat. Okay, let me check them out. Shackle says, hey, Andrew, missing chat part 2 in the chat. I had additional analysis needed. Also, part 3, drop Keenan Allen for tight end replacements for Evans, Freiermuth or Parkinson until Evans returns. For Evans? Replacement for Evans? Oh, you mean Ingram. He's not Evans. He's Evan Ingram. I was like, who the heck is like Mike Evans? Yeah, that's cool. I drop Keenan Allen and pick up Freiermuth. That's fine by me. Or Parkinson, either way. As for your second part of your question, it's not in the live chat because it updated already. So just do me a favor, copy whatever that message was that you sent and just paste it back in. No Limit. Dre sends in a question. Thank you, No Limit. Appreciate it. Says Pickens or Wando in the flex. Depends on format. Actually, no, it doesn't depend on format. Actually, it does. Half PPR, full PPR, I'm playing Wandale Robinson. Standard league, I'll play Pickens. Thank you. Hunt over Eckler is not too risky. Full PPR? No, it's not. Wandale Robinson over Amari in a full PPR? Yes, I would, Yusuf. Gary sends in a question. Says, one quarterback, full PPR. I'm 3-1. I have Jaden Daniels. Okay, very well. I got a trade offer to get Purdy and give up Geno and 20 fab. Make a trade? Why do you need Purdy? You have Jaden Daniels. Why have to? Why make the move? Why have to give up the fab? I don't see why you need to. If you think that you'll start Purdy over Jaden Daniels for the remainder of the season, then what you would do, legitimately, I'm not even joking, Gary. If you think that you will actually start Purdy over Jaden Daniels at any point this season, you make this trade, then you take Jaden Daniels and you trade him for a running back or you trade him for a top-tier receiver and you start Purdy for the remainder of the season. Like, not even ironically. This would be a legitimate strategy. But that's if you believe you could start Purdy for the remainder of the year. Thank you. Unless it's a super flex. And then if it's a super flex format, then sure, we'll make the move. But you didn't mention anything about super flex. You said one QB full PPR. All right. Retro, I've answered your question 4 times, brother. It's Wicks. No question, it's Wicks. Do you like Sermon, Madison, or Eckler today? Sermon. Jacob. Gog sends in a question. Gog, I don't even know where your question's at, though. Did you type anything in the live chat by any chance? Nothing in the live chat. Gog, do me a favor and type in live chat. Nothing was attached to your message. Clips7 sends in a question. Says, Wicks, Terry, Sermon, or Kirk in the flex, full PPR. I'm playing Wicks there. Thank you very much, Clips. Andrew, which 3 of these would you start? I'd play Brian Thomas, Christian Kirk, and Amari Cooper there. D. James. That's the 3 that I would go with. Joseph Mora says, Andrew, start 2. Worthy, Javonte Williams, Ayuk. I don't know what your scoring format is, Joseph. What's your scoring format? Thank you. Okay. Hey, if you guys could do me a favor, I know there's a lot of you in here. If you guys haven't yet already clicked the like button, that'd be greatly appreciated. Again, it continues to show support for the channel and continues to allow me to bring these live streams to you guys for 4 hours every Sunday morning. Now, next upcoming Sunday morning, do not forget, NFL Week 6. I believe there's also next Sunday, there's a game between the Jacksonville Jaguars and Chicago Bears at 6:30 a.m. as well. So next Sunday morning, we will also have a 6 a.m. start. McBride or Bowers says, X Franklin, just play Bowers. Okay, so we're looking for Gog. Where's Gog at? Don't see anything from Gog. I'm also looking for the follow-up question from... who was it again? I'm looking for the follow-up from Shackle. So let's find Shackle. Anything from Shackle in here? Shackle, do me a favor. I don't know where your part 2 is. Type it in the live chat. Thank you. Okay, moving on. We had a question that comes in from Jacob. Jacob says, pick 1, Sermon, Eckler, Matt. Oh, yeah, we already took care of that one. That's good. We're going to play Sermon there. Thank you. As for why? I mean, look, the thing about Madison is that I don't trust the matchup against Denver. As for Eckler, very much so dependent on receiving work. If it's a full PPR, I could justify the start there. If it's a half, you'd probably just play Sermon just safely. Leo says in a question, says full PPR, Dell, Leggett, or Ford. Yeah, we're going to play Ford there, Leo. Thank you. Appreciate it. Okay, let's see here. Sean says Hunt or Tracy or Flowers. I'll just probably play Hunt there pretty comfortably. All right, moving on. We had a part 2 again. Okay, let's see here. Shackle, did you just type it in? Shackle? Yes, I got part 2 now. I see it. Thank you, Shackle. Part 2 again, half PPR. I need 2 wide receivers and 1 flex out of Olave, Wicks, BTJ, Higgins, and Jerome Ford. Cool. So in a half PPR scoring format, I would play Olave, Wicks, and BTJ. Thank you, Shackle. Appreciate it. All right, Gog, where are you at? Are you somewhere in here? Nothing from Gog yet. Very well. We will wait until Gog wants to type in the live chat. We appreciate that. Thank you. Okay, let's see here. We move on to a question that came in from Ryan. Ryan, thank you very much for the super. It says on a full PPR, 2 different start-sit questions. Very well. For the first one, need 2 wide receivers in a flex out of Keon Coleman, Jordan Whittington, Sermon, Shaheed, JSN, Tracy. Cool. So of those available options, I would play Shaheed and Whittington at Shaheed and JSN at wide receiver in a full PPR. And then I would play do I play Whittington over Sermon? Let me pull this up really quickly. Control F, Whittington. Yeah, I would. Okay. So the way I go about it, as of right now, in your first team, I'm playing Whittington, Shaheed, and JSN. Full PPR, just blitzing all wide receivers there. As for your second question, for the flex, out of Curtis Samuel, JSN, Leggett, and Chase Brown, I'm probably just going to lean in the direction of, if that's also a full PPR, I'd play JSN there as well. If you want to diversify in order to just make sure you don't get clipped on one player, you can play Leggett there. Thank you. Buster sends in a question. Says, pick 2, Charbonnet, Javonte, Tracy. I'm going to play Tyrone Tracy and Javonte Williams there. Thank you. Is Trey McBride playing? Any news? The expectation is that he is. We won't get a confirmation until 4 hours from now. Dylan Feeney sends in a question, says, PPR, pick 2, Pittman, Downs, Wan'Dale Robinson, Wicks. If I'm picking 2 of these available options in a full PPR, it is Michael Pittman Jr. and probably Wan'Dale Robinson. Let me confirm this. Full PPR, I have Michael Pittman Jr. Nope. Yep. Actually, in a full PPR, I have Michael Pittman Jr. and Dontavion Wicks ranked the highest. Wan'Dale Robinson's 1 spot behind Dontavion Wicks. Thank you. Okay, let's see here. Where are we going? Okay. Kittle or Kraft? I'd rather play Kittle, to be honest. I mean, that's, again, I'm assuming he's playing, which, again, everything's pointing towards that he is. B. Van says, I want to hold on to the Vikings rest of the season. Would you drop Tolbert or Johnston in a full PPR? I dropped Tolbert. Yeah, I don't need Jalen Tolbert. No, thank you. Don't need that. That's something that isn't required per se, you know? Okay, let's see here really quickly. I need to go check something out here. Let's go here. Okay. You know what I actually want to do? Let's see here. Perfect. Okay, we're in a good spot here. Put something together. Scroll back up. Okay, cool. Nick Potter sends in a question. Thank you, Nick Potter. Appreciate it. Nick says the following. Full PPR, pick 3. Kincaid, Madison, Akers, and Myers. Okay, so if I'm picking 3 in a full PPR, it's Kincaid, Myers, and Addison. Those are the 3 that I would suggest. Thank you. Zach Moss or Stevenson says Dylan Cannon. I'd play Zach Moss there. Jeff McGarry. Jeff, starting Pittman and Wicks. Should I Etienne or Hill? No, I play Etienne over Hill as of this week. And yes, Pittman and Wicks are the best 2 of the bunch. Leopoldo Gonzalez says, Sutton or Ayuk full PPR? I'd rather play Ayuk in a full PPR. F1 Mafia says, Whittington, Jennings, or Waddle? I play Whittington this week. Dave says, full PPR. Jacoby Myers or Trey Sermon? Also, Braylon Allen for Rashee Rice. I don't know what Rashee Rice's injury is. It could be out for the season. You could be just trading it and just getting screwed over. I don't want to make any suggestions without full context of information yet. So we'd wait. Okay, let's see here. Good to go. Good to go. Moving on. Okay. We've caught up on that. Good to go. I want to actually do something really quickly here just so that we're good to go. I got to go check my lineups just in case Andrew doesn't want to make any mistakes here and get caught up forgetting to set his own lineup, because that would be as disastrous as it could potentially get. Okay, we're good to go there. We're good to go there. Is that it? I think that's it. Done. Okay, cool. Coming back. All right, back to the live chat. To the Max sends in a question. Thank you to the Max. Says full PPR, pick one: Brian Robinson, Flowers, or Brian Thomas Jr. In a full PPR, I'll take Brian Thomas Jr. over the bunch. Thank you. Martin Miller sends in a question. Nothing attached to it. Martin, let me see if I can find your question in the live chat. Martin Miller. Nothing in the live chat yet, Martin. Do me a favor and type. Speaking of live chat, Gog, you in here somewhere? Gog says full PPR. Gog, if you're listening, here it is. Full PPR. Flex Sermon, DJ Moore, Najee Harris. Okay, of those three, I would like to play Najee Harris probably. Let me just check my full PPR rankings. Najee. I have Najee Harris above the rest. Yeah, Najee Harris would be the start there. Gog, as for your follow-up question, should I drop Sermon for Coleman moving forward? If you're not going to utilize Sermon and you don't have Jonathan Taylor, then sure. But otherwise, I don't think you need to technically drop him unless you're just looking kind of forward to the future. Abe in the live chat says, morning, Andrew. Oof, Sermon and Ford close in the rankings. Who's better in a full PPR? It's Ford by far, mainly because of his receiving upside. And, Sermon doesn't really get himself much receiving work, or at least we're not expecting him to. William sends in a question. Thank you, William. William says, Amari Cooper, Pickens, or Trey Sermon? I'd rather play Amari. Actually, no. Out of the group, I'd rather play Trey. Brain lag. George Pickens is the one that I would suggest out of those three, William. Sorry. Joseph Mora, Worthy, Javonte, Ayuk. Yeah, we're going to play probably... Okay, let me check my rankings. Off the top of my head, I don't even know. Let's see here. Javonte. So Javonte's there. I have Ayuk and Worthy ahead of him today in a half PPR. Joseph, thank you. We're looking for Martin Miller. He says, who has the highest ceiling, Wan'Dale Robinson or Higgins? The highest ceiling is Higgins. But again, he also has the potential. Okay, so Wan'Dale Robinson has the higher floor. Higgins has the higher ceiling because Higgins is more inclined or more potentially implemented to get himself, within the receiving game, red zone targets, end zone targets, deep down the field opportunities, in comparison to Wan'Dale, which is very close to the line of scrimmage, which would require them to trot down the entire field, get into the red zone, and then for him to make a play in order to score a touchdown. But that's the reason why I have them as such. Okay, thank you. Terry or Wicks? Yeah, it's going to be Wicks every time. Okay. I stopped watching this game. Has anything important happened, guys? 20-10 now? Okay, so they kicked the field goal. Got it. Let's see here. Aaron Rodgers drops back in the pocket. Slings it out with his... Okay, right into the out of bounds. No chance for Garrett Wilson to make that play. Thank you, Aaron, for helping us out. Let's see here. Beto sends in a question. Says PPR. Chuba Hubbard, Deontay Johnson, Zach Moss. I'll take Chuba Hubbard. Pretty comfortably. Again, that matchup against Chicago, Chicago cannot stop the run. They cannot stop opposing running backs. Let's see here. Took care of that. Cowboys 9511 says, but I thought Justin Jefferson was matchup proof. I mean, look, here's the thing. He is. The fact of the matter is, we talked about it earlier this week. When you draft Justin Jefferson, okay, he is not startable. He has to be started every game. Period. End of conversation. That's it. And also, like Dom just said, I mean, I haven't watched this game. He said Justin Jefferson's been held like 18 times. Yeah, that's what happens. It is what it is. It is what it is. All right, getting back into the live chat. Let's see. T93 says, let's see, need a flex, Achane, Keenan Allen off the waivers or grab Wicks, Wan'Dale Robinson, Downs. I'd play Wicks there. T93. Yeah, if you can get Wicks on your team, that'd be the best play of the bunch. Amari Cooper or Tyreek Hill, says Nick C. Nick, I'd play Amari Cooper this week. Thank you. Savdad says, great call on Conklin, Andrew. First time all season I've gotten more than 9 points out of a tight end position. Is he playing well? I'm not even watching the game. Has he played well? Let me go check fantasy. Hold on. Oh, God. I don't even know. Let's go to players. Let's go to Conklin. Has he done anything today? 6 catches for 55. All right, cool. Nice. We'll take it. 11.5 points, full PPR. Daniel Cap says, damn, Bowers or McBride? I just play Bowers. I think it's pretty comfortable there. Sermon or DJ Moore? Allen, just play DJ Moore in a full PPR. I'd always kind of just like lean towards the wide receiver unless the running back gets implementation of receiving work. Allen. Atwell or Madison? At that point, I probably just go Madison. Jay Johnson or Noah Fant? I'd rather play Juwan Johnson, honestly. Jordan Whittington or Trey Tucker? I'd rather play Jordan Whittington as of right now. BTJ or Olave? I think I have Olave ranked higher in a full PPR. Let me confirm. Olave or BTJ? Where art thou, Olave? Yep, I have Olave one spot ahead of BTJ in a full PPR. F1 Mafia has a follow-up. Says Tyreek, Wan'Dale Robinson in the flex. I'd rather play Wan'Dale Robinson. Thank you. Okay, for those of you who are joining us this morning, welcome. Hope you guys are doing well. Again, I appreciate y'all coming through. Again, you can be anywhere else on this wonderful Sunday morning, but you decide to be here, so I greatly appreciate your guys' presence. If you guys haven't yet already, do me a favor, click the like button down below. Continue to help support the channel. We are almost at 400 likes on the stream. Thank you very much again. PPR, Whittington or Sermon? I'll just play Whittington there. Downs or Madison? I'd rather play Downs in a full PPR. Tracy over Madison? Yeah, just slightly ahead of him. Just slightly. Just because of the receiving upside. Wicks or Achane? Wicks in a full PPR. Chris Bettinger sends in a question. Says, in a full PPR, I need one flex. Judy, Worthy, or Ayuk? Out of those three, I'd probably just play Ayuk in a full PPR. MTD underscore says, PPR, Tyreek or James Conner? Tyreek and James Conner for AJB and Pollard. I'm cool with that. That's fine. If you're trying to get out of the Tua Tagovailoa situation with Tyreek and get AJB for the forward future, I'm perfectly fine with that in a full PPR. Chase Brown, Dowdle, or Charbonnet PPR. Let me check who I have ranked highest in a PPR. I believe it's going to be Dowdle. It is Dowdle. But him and Chase Brown are back-to-back ranked in a full PPR. So if you want to play Chase Brown, you can. But I don't really know. Between the two of them, it's tough considering they're both not really heavily utilized within the receiving game often enough. Murray or Flacco, 6 point per passing. In a 6 point per passing, at that point, I'd be okay playing Flacco in that circumstance. Tracy or Akers? Tracy. Worthy or Dell? I'd rather play Worthy. Amari Cooper or Kirk? I'd rather play Christian Kirk. Daniel Caps says, flex, Sutton, Leggett. I'd rather play Sutton over Leggett in a full PPR. Also, defense, Cleveland, Miami, or Chicago. Let me check the defensive rankings. It's going to come up in about 10 seconds on that side of the screen. I believe I'll have either Miami or Chicago as the highest ranked of the bunch, but we will check in about 10 seconds here once this transitions. Come on, hurry up. There we go. Chicago at number 4, and Miami's at number 9. So I will take Chicago's defense, and I will play them against Carolina today. Thank you. Flacco or Caleb? Caleb is ranked lower. I have Flacco ahead of him. Atwell or Slayton? I'd rather play Atwell. Sermon or Chase Brown? I'd rather play Sermon. All right, let me go back to this game. Let's see. Is anything going on? They throw a pick? Okay. Brandon Eccles with an interception, giving the New York Jets life within this horribly boring game. I would assume it's boring. I don't know. I haven't watched any of it. I've watched like snippets, and it looks like it's a relatively boring game, if I had to guess. Obviously, compared to the last game that we watched on Thursday night, I'm assuming it's a boring game. Worthy or Ayuk? In a full PPR, I'll take Ayuk. In a half PPR, I'll take Worthy. Ford or Achane? I'll take Ford in both formats. Martin Miller says Dowdle or Stevenson. Now I'll still play Stevenson. Thank you, Martin Miller. Appreciate it. Standard, Akers or Whittington? Akers. Cricks. Cooper, Wan'Dale. I'd rather just play Wan'Dale Robinson. Trey Tucker or Jalen Waddle? Trey Tucker. Rory Smith says Wicks, Higgins, Brian Robinson in a standard format, 0 points per reception. I'll play Brian Robinson there. I'll always default to the running back. MJ sends in a question. Thank you, MJ. Says standard Higgins or more if I'm starting Swift. I'd rather just play Higgins. I'm just looking for the highest upside, regardless of what the overall situation is with the Bears. I don't need to double stack, or playing Swift doesn't lean me towards not wanting to play or wanting to play more. It's just a comparison between him and Higgins, and I think Higgins is the better option. D James sends in a super, nothing attached to it. D James, do me a favor and type your question in the chat. Let me see if I can find it. Maybe you already did and it just wasn't attached. D James says full PPR, Dowdle, Eckler, or Miles Sanders. I'll take Eckler there. Thank you. And I think it's a pretty good option out of what you have available, considering your bye week hell. Chernobyl Clocks says standard league, 0 points per reception. Starter set Fields, Murray, Sermon, Shaheed. Okay, so Fields over Murray. As for Shaheed and Sermon, it's probably, in a standard league, 0 points per reception, it's probably playing Sermon. So Sermon and Fields. Nani sends in a question, says, number one, 2 running backs, 1 flex in a PPR. ETN, Brian Robinson, Achane, Wicks, Wandell, Brian Thomas Jr. Cool. So the 2 running backs that I would play are ETN and Brian Thomas. The flex that I would play is Dontavion Wicks. Thank you. As for your second question, pick one in a PPR. DJ Moore, Wicks, Wandell, Robinson. Out of those 3 available, I'd also go with Wicks as well there. Thank you. Hunter Wicks in a PPR, it's Wicks. Twizzy. Griffin Ellison says Achane or Leggett. I'd rather just play Achane there. Wandell Robinson or James Cook in a full PPR? That is a really good question. Wandell. I need to put an apostrophe, otherwise I won't be able to. I legitimately have Wandell Robinson 4 spots ahead of James Cook in a full PPR. Christian Kirk or Swift in the flex. Depends on scoring format, Julio. What's your scoring format? Okay. Let's see here. Aaron Rodgers and the boys. They're getting close. Here we go. Let's see. What do we have here? Breece Hall out wide. Okay. Got an apex on the right side. It's not even a tight tripped bunch. They've spread them out past the hash. They blitz, and there's a penalty. Idiots, man. I swear. Ridiculous. Kiwi, what's up, man? It says half PPR, 2 flex spots. HN Downs. When you guys put K Hunt, there is a very, very good chance that the wrong word comes out. Could we not do that anymore? Could we not put K Hunt? You know what I'm talking about, right? Let's not have me throwing around those words. Okay? Please and thank you. For future reference. Goodness gracious, guys. Why are we doing that to me? HN Downs, Kareem Hunt, or JSN. I'll probably play Downs and Kareem Hunt there in a half PPR. Pretty comfortably, Kiwi. Dr. Turbo says, got offered DK Metcalf and James Conner for my Justin Jefferson in a full PPR. Never been the type to trade 1 for 2. Seems interesting. I'd take it. If you need the running back help, I'd take it. No more K Hunts, okay? No more. Let's just put Kareem or let's put Hunt. None of this bullshit mix, okay? We're trying to get me fucked up over here. Tariq Taylor sends in a question. Thank you, Tariq. Says full PPR. Tyreek Adunze or Jennings. I'll take Tyreek Hill there. Thank you. Kirk Worthy in a half PPR. Unsure about the rain. Let's go look at the rain right now. Okay, so where is the most recent clip? Anything. It's 9:30. There is rain. Okay, I can confirm it is in fact raining. Is it heavy enough to lean me away from my Jacksonville Jaguar / Colts receivers? Nope. Wouldn't be me. Can't do it. Stephen Bowman sends in a question. Says in a full PPR, half point per carry, Hunt or 10? Who's 10? Steven? Who's 10? What you call me? Exactly. Brian Thomas or Ford? I mean, look, it's really hard not to play Brian Thomas Jr. today. Parkinson or Strange? Mango, play Parkinson. Pro922 says Kirk or Worthy? Yeah, we're going to go with Kirk there. pretty easily. Nesquik Milk says, any reason Pittsburgh over 49ers? Yeah, because Pittsburgh plays straight up. They play against the Cowboys. That's why. McLaurin or Waddle? If it's a full PPR, I'll take... if it's a full PPR, I will take Wan'Dale Robinson. If it is a half PPR, the rankings will pop up right here in about 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, change. There it is. 1 second off. As of right now, Wan'Dale's there and Terry McLaurin's there in a half PPR. Kind of flip a coin depending on what you want to play accordingly. ETN auto-corrected. Got it. I'd play ETN there in a full PPR, Steven. Thank you. Charbonnet or Goodson in a PPR? Let me check my rankings. Wait, the Jets scored? Who scored? Anybody? Garrett Wilson? Please? Wait a minute. Hold up. Everybody stay calm. Aaron Rodgers scrambling. Wide open. Are the Vikings trolling? The Vikings sent 3. They only had 3 rushing and they couldn't even guard the goal line. What are we doing? Okay, wow. That's okay. Hey, listen. Garrett Wilson managers, let's go. Come on. Let's go. This is what we were expecting. Come on. Anyway, I don't even know what question I was answering. I've been sidetracked horrendously. Keeping it moving. I don't know. I got sidetracked. Dylan Cannon says, start 3. Moss, Tracy, Etienne, Stevenson. Etienne, number 1. Moss, 2. Tracy, 3. Yeah. D. James says, full PPR. Tyrone Tracy, Miles Sanders, Rico Dowdle. Oh, James, I had answered your question. Perhaps you got hit with an ad. I would assume that's probably the case. Tyrone Tracy is the suggestion. Wilson has 25. Does he have 25 points now? Let's see. Wilson, 24.6. Beautiful. We love to see it. Love to see it. Again, Minnesota's secondary is their biggest weakness. If you can get past their blitz, and if they don't blitz you, that's where you can find your success. And of course, season high targets for Garrett Wilson doesn't hurt. Definitely doesn't hurt. And Aaron Jones being hurt on the other team definitely helps as well. All right, moving on. Rockout says Purdy or Fields projected to win. I play Fields. I think he's just a better play overall. If you want to play Purdy, it doesn't matter. Again, Purdy's playing against Arizona. He's probably going to score 20 points for fantasy as well today. Is Josh Downs left outside rankings still with Flacco? Now that Flacco's starting? Wait, I'm so confused. Shelton, I'm pretty sure okay, hold up. Let me check something real quick. I'm pretty sure in about 10 seconds here. So after this pops up, you ready? After this disappears, Josh Downs is going to be somewhere here. Okay? Just give it a couple moments. Okay, moving on to Fam's first. Sends in a question. Thank you, Fam. Fam says Trey Sermon or Kareem Hunt, full PPR. I'd rather play Kareem Hunt. Thank you. Appreciate it. Orlando says, hey, Drew, full PPR. Pick 1 wide receiver and 1 flex. We have Achane, Wicks, Deontay Johnson, BTJ. Achane, Wicks, Deontay Johnson, BTJ. I mean, if I'm playing one of these guys, it's probably Deontay Johnson and Wicks as the combo, or 2 of them. You know what I forgot to do? I forgot to point out where Josh Downs was. Let me actually pop him back up. Josh Downs is, you can see him on you see number 22? He's up there. These are half PPR, but he's still up there. Okay, let's see here. Storman says, worried about the rain for Lawrence? I mean, I'm not too worried about it. Again, out of all the people, you will not see me be worried about it. Not at all. Let's see here. Orlando sends in a question. Says, "Hey Drew, okay, we took care of that. We're good. We'll play Deontay. We'll play Wicks. We'll be good to go." Cjo2 says Ayuk has been. Yeah, I want to bench him today. Should I play Kirk, Shaheed, or Sutton? It depends on your scoring format. If you're like in a full PPR, I'll play Christian Kirk. If it's your half PPR, I'd be pretty comfortable rolling with Shaheed there. See, Joe? D. James said, yeah, ads are killing me. Sorry about that. Full PPR, I need two running backs, Eckler, Dowdle, Sanders, Tracy. Out of those available options, I'll take Eckler and I will take Tracy. Those are the two suggestions there, D. James. Thanks. Kirk or Sermon in a full PPR. Ben Key, I'd play Kirk there. Thank you. Travis Knott says full PPR. Start Wicks or Connor. Let me check who I've ranked higher in a full PPR just to make sure. Wicks. Wicks or Connor. I have Wicks ahead of Connor in a full PPR. Thank you. PPR, Dell or Njoku? That's a really tough one. They're both coming off of injuries. Do I want to play Dell versus... I think I'd just rather play Njoku. I don't know, man. Like the way that I see it, as it currently stands, Njoku is kind of... He's a really big part of the offense. As for Dell, has yet to be a huge part of the offense, and they play against Buffalo secondary, which doesn't really bode well. I think I'm just going to play Njoku there, Diana. GCJ, Andrew, I just woke up. CJ Ham scored anytime. Yeah. 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 Good one. Baba Booey says, Zach Moss or Josh Downs? In a full PPR, I'd rather play Josh Downs. Ray says, I'm thinking about starting Worthy over Kirk only because of the rain. What do you think? Again, I will play Kirk there if it was my team. But again, I'm very much so not afraid of the rain. But we can have a difference of opinion or difference of approach. I just feel comfortable with it. If you want to play Worthy, I don't have an issue with that. Especially in a half PPR. I don't really have a problem with that. Mooney went off Thursday on my bench. Play Sutton or Pittman instead. I'd rather play Michael Pittman Jr. over Sutton. Saints defense or Dolphins? Honestly, I think the Dolphins is probably the better play. Thoughts on Trevor over Flacco? I prefer Trevor just because of the rushing ability. And because he has a really good track record against Gus Bradley's defense. Xavier Legette or Eckler? The name Cass. What's your scoring format? PPR? Okay, got it. I'd probably just go with Legette at that point. I'm not joking. You know what the funny thing is, GCJ? Or GCJ. The problem with your statement is that I'm not even joking. Yesterday, as in at 2 a.m., before I fell asleep, I was looking at CJ Ham on Underdog. Anytime touchdown. It was like a 5-point-something X. And I was like, should I take this? And then I was like, nah, you know what? It's stupid. Who would have thought? Obviously, you did. Congrats. Carrie Merrill sends in a question. Thank you, Carrie. Or Kelly, excuse me. I don't know why I'm seeing R's. What the heck is going on? Oh, it's because of the last name. That's what you call dyslexia. Says, can't believe I'm asking, but Ramondre or Tyrone Tracy this week? Yeah, look, as it stands, considering the Antonio Gibson expectation of him being the premier starter going forward now, with him kind of putting Ramondre as the RB2, considering his fumble situation, with that information being released, I'd probably just play Tyrone Tracy. If it was any other week, I mean, like, let's say, for example, they had never said that Antonio Gibson was going to start over Ramondre. Ramondre would be a top 15 running back this week for me against Miami. So you could still play Ramondre and still probably find decent value considering they play against the Dolphins run stop defense, which again is the best matchup. But in this circumstance with the full PPR format, the Antonio Gibson news, I think I just play Tyrone Tracy there. Speak Your Piece says Mahomes, Flacco, Lawrence. I'd play Lawrence. CJO2 says half PPR, Shaheed or Kirk. I believe the half PPR rankings are on screen. Just to cross-reference them, I have Shaheed ahead of Kirk in a half PPR. Thank you. Chris sends in a question. Says one running back, one wide receiver, one flex, and a half PPR. Hunt, Sermon, Cooper, Wicks, or BTJ. As it stands, I'd go with Hunt as your RB and Wicks and BTJ as your wide receiver flex. Thank you. Travis Etienne or Wan'Dale Robinson, full PPR. At that point, I'll just play Wan'Dale Robinson. Eckler or Sermon or Ford, full PPR. I'll play Ford in a full PPR there, TY Raider. I think I answered that like 6 times today, though. CR7 says, what's the weather in the Jaguars game looking like? I don't know. How many minutes is there? 20 more minutes to the game? It looks like a light drizzle. Now, could that drizzle turn into a complete disaster of a rain game? Abso-freaking-lutely. But is Andrew going to not play his starters for those games? No, I'm going to start him up. I'm looking at a current interview with This was posted 34 seconds ago from NFL CBS, okay? Christian Kirk is being interviewed by the reporter there, and it doesn't look like it's raining. Again, guys, I'm telling you, I'm if it's my team, I'm just playing my Jaguars and Colts. That's it. Cardi up for a good game. Yes, he plays at home. The weather conditions, there's nothing to bother him. I think he's perfectly fine this week. Full PPR, Rico Dowdle or Rome Odunze. Honestly, if it's a full PPR, I think I'd rather just play Rome and just go for the risky high upside because I don't think Rico without a touchdown is very, very, very sketchy play. Kirk or Swift, I'd rather just play Kirk there. Allen, Leggett, or Sutton, I'd rather play Sutton there, Caleb. Eduardo sends in a question, says, Downs, Hunt, BTJ need two. If it's a full PPR, I'll play Downs and BTJ. If it's a half PPR, I'll play Hunt and BTJ. Thank you. Quick question, says Ander. Full PPR, who do I start, Michael Pittman or Marvin Harrison? I prefer to play Michael Pittman Jr. Blake says, full PPR, Javonte, Akers, or Chase Brown. I'll play Javonte Williams there. Roxanne says, full PPR, Ayuk, Jay Downs, or Tyreek Hill need two. I would play Ayuk and Jay Downs, to be honest, in a full PPR. Leaving Tyreek Hill on the bench is kind of sketchy. So I guess you could swap him for Ayuk, but no, honestly, I'm just going to play Ayuk and Josh Downs there. If it's my team. Okie dokie. Brandon says, why does every expert say their opinion on Garrett Wilson is not worth starting? Andrew doesn't even have him ranked in top 36. Look, here's the thing, Brandon. When you believe, okay, when you believe or convince yourself of something that isn't true, okay, when you convince yourself of something that isn't true, okay, you look stupid, okay? In this scenario, unfortunately, that is where you've left out because in this actual reality of 2024, October 6th, brother, I removed Garrett Wilson from the rankings on the screen because he's already fucking playing. What are you talking about? Of course he already started playing. Why would I keep him ranked? You want the proof? Here it comes. Brother, I mean, what are we on about? The reach is so absolutely ridiculous that it's embarrassing. Garrett Wilson, where art thou? Wait. Do I have the right rankings up? Where did it go? Where did you go? I don't think I have the right one up. Where is it? No, here it is. Here it is. Watch. There it is. Right here. See this? See this? What is that? Which one's that? Huh? Thank you. Have a nice day. Have a nice day. All right, moving on. Coinflip sends in a question. It says PPR start two. Dontavion Wicks, Olave, or Deontay Johnson? If I'm starting two in a PPR, it's probably Deontay Johnson and Wicks. Those would be the two that I start. Thank you. Bonk sends in a question. Says 6 point per passing touchdown, Geno or Fields? I probably still play Geno. I probably still play Fields there. I think the rushing upside is still going to be very much so implicated within his overall potential. Weather report for Joe in company. Who's Joe? Who the fuck's Gregory? There's nothing attached to it, Greg. Where are you at? Gregory. Nothing attached to it. Greg, do me a favor, type in the live chat. Thank you. Bendy Straw says full PPR Cam Akers or Kraft or yeah, I'll take Tucker Kraft. Yeah, that's fine by me. No, guys, I don't say shit like that just so we can mob mentality go after him. I just say people need to be put in their place sometimes. Like don't assume bullshit, you know? Full PPR, Flowers, Downs, McBride. If it's my team, I probably just play Downs right now. Because again, you don't want to wait for McBride, so we just play Downs in that scenario, David Vu. Again, I've been streaming for 3 hours and 45 minutes. At this point, I'm on edge to where, like, you say something wrong, Andrew's going to snap a little bit. Wide receiver ranks? Oh, did I mess it up? My bad, guys. Hold up. I think I messed up the stream. I had that left open. Sorry. Okay. We're looking for Gregory, right? Gregory Rogers. Nothing in the chat yet. Gregory, when you get a chance, do me a favor and type in the chat. Thank you. Moving on to, we took care of that. David Boo, we took care of you. Evan Call says, in a full PPR, Judy or Jacoby Myers? I'll take Judy against Washington's defense in comparison to Myers against Patrick Surtain. So we'll take Judy there. Iden. Or it could be Ideen. I don't know. Either way. Trey Tucker, Bo Melton, or Alexander Madison, flex 2 in a 0.69 PPR. If it's a 0.96, that is a very interesting format. Well done. Trey Tucker and Madison would be the two suggestions there. Bo Melton could have a solid week. He was pretty good last season in the games in which they had a lot of wide receivers potentially out with injury. Between the bunch, yeah, I'd still take Trey Tucker and Madison in this circumstance, though. Can Rodgers pull it off? I don't know. What's the score of the game? Is it even close? BTJ or Wicks in a PPR? Okay, so as of right now, I have Wicks at 13 and BTJ at 14. So Wicks would be my suggestion as of right now. Hey, Andrew, rain is bad apparently in Jacksonville. Let's see how bad it is. Control. Let's go refresh this. Looking at the rain. Let's go look at it. Listen, guys. I'm going to tell you again. If you want to not play Jacksonville or Colts players, pivot off of them. You have an alternative option? Go for it. Me personally, you'll never hear me today say once that I don't want to play them because of the rain. If I don't want to play a player, it's because I just don't think he will score enough points in comparison to your alternative options. Cool? Thank you. Anthony sends in a question, says BTJ, Najee Harris, or Chuba Hubbard. Honestly, you're just going to play Chuba Hubbard there. That's just the best option you have, Anthony. Fantasy Football Girl says, in a full PPR, Pittman / Deontay Johnson Pittman game. Pittman rain game. I get it. As of right now, let's see. Where do I have Pittman in comparison to Deontay? So right now, they're back-to-back ranked. So if you want to play Deontay Johnson to avoid the Pittman quote-unquote rain, that's fine. I don't have an issue with that. I prefer Pittman, but if you want to, you can pivot. That's not an issue at all. Again. 17:23, 2 minutes left. Who has the ball? Oh, Rodgers and the boys have the ball. Okay, so let me throw that up on the other monitor just to keep an eye on that. All right. We're still looking for Gregory. Is Gregory maybe in this chat somewhere? Gregory, I found your question. Gregory says, sorry, I forgot to type it. I started Henry and Jones at running back, Mike Evans at one wide receiver. So I have a wide receiver and a flex. Collins, Reed, Deontay Johnson, Tracer. Okay, yeah, you have to play Nico Collins. You have to play Jaden Reed. You got to. Those are your two automatic plays there, without a doubt in my mind. No question. Got it? Cool. Thank you very much, Gregory. Oh, man. Aaron Rodgers let that one float a little too much, huh? Jorge Perez, I don't see any question from you. Never mind, I do. Says, hi, Andrew. Full PPR. Pick one wide receiver, Jennings or Adunze. Also, should I start Groupie or pick up another kicker? I would pick up another kicker, potentially one of those that are available on screen. If not, keep Groupie. He plays indoors, so it's fine. Actually, I don't even know if he plays indoors. He might play in Kansas City, so I don't know. But I'd pivot. As for your Jennings versus Adunze question, I'd probably lean in the direction. Let's see. It's a full PPR. Let me see where I have ranked higher. I have Adunze 2 spots ahead of Jennings. If you want to play Jennings, that's fine, but I have Adunze ahead of him. Ideen. LOL. Got it. So Trey or Madison, I have one spot. Got it. If you have one spot, I play Madison. Thank you. Anvesh says full PPR. Pick one. Gino or Flacco. Who do I have ranked higher? On screen and going forward, I have Gino one spot ahead of Flacco, so I play Gino there. Chernobyl Clocks, thank you very much. Says, in a 12-team standard, I have Fields, I have Josh Jacobs, I have Kyron, I have Metcalf, Brian Thomas, I have Kraft, I have Sermon, I have Vikings, I have Fair Baron, Murray Shaheed. Okay. Which two tight ends do you like rest of the season? I mean, of the availability you have, right? So you have Tucker Kraft, you have Likely, and you have Njoku. The two that I prefer rest of the season are Njoku and Kraft. Thank you. Cole L says, full PPR, Whittington or Sermon? I have Whittington ahead of Sermon. Thank you. Soy Car 7 says, who should I start? Pick two between these. I play Pickens and DJ Moore in a full PPR over Sermon. Thank you. Ayuk or BTJ? BTJ. Full PPR, Ford or Kirk? I mean, again, guys, if you're asking me, I'm playing my Jaguars players. I'm going to do it. I'm not afraid of the rain. If it bites me in the ass, then don't trust me anymore. It is what it is. But this is the way I go about it. This is how I conduct my rankings. Ford or Akers? I'd rather play Ford. King Bubba. Ayuk could be okay. Wicks or Pickens? Wicks or Pickens? Yeah, we're gonna play Wicks. Pretty easily there. Speak Your Piece says, "What's the weather update in Jacksonville?" I mean, where's Shackle? Shackle, where are you at? Listen, the question is it raining? Yes. Is it going to be impossible to throw the ball? No. Right? So that's, excuse me, I'm losing my voice. That is the designation that I have in my mind. Limited Njoku or Andrews? Honestly, I don't know how limited, quote unquote, Njoku is going to be. I don't really take Adam Schefter's reports quite seriously when it comes to the usage of players. He doesn't really have a good track record for me. Let's see here. Valen says, let's get nasty. PPR, Ramondre, Gibson, or Javonte? Honestly, I just play Javonte there. That way you just never have to worry about whether or not you made the right choice between Ramondre and Gibson. Tracy or Akers? Shane, play Tracy. Did he just throw a pick? Rodgers, no. Rodgers, what have you done? You know what's funny? Rodgers, is his arm gone? Or did he run a different route than expected? Like, I don't know. Like, he threw that on the inside. Like, the receiver was playing on the outside. Was he not supposed to back shoulder that? Like, am I crazy? Rodgers is giving an earful to the ref. He thinks it's PI. All right, anyway. Anthony says, Shaheed, Myers, or Tracy? I'd play Shaheed there, Anthony. Thank you. Moving on to D. James, who says full PPR. Kirk, Thomas, Jr., Cooper, Ayuk, start 3. I'd play Kirk, Thomas, and I'd play Cooper. Thank you. Amazing pick on Aaron. Yeah, I mean, it's Stephon Gilmore, right? The guy's a beast. But I do think that the ball placement is off. I don't understand. Like, if the receiver's playing to the outside, unless he's getting over the top of the coverage, like, that ball is just underthrown in every scenario. Is there any reason to trust Ayuk at this point? The only reason we trust them is because they take on Arizona. That's it. That's it. Minnesota's defense, guys, 3 picks. They're killing it. Yeah, they are. Love to see it. Connor or Ford? We'll take Connor. Rodgers actually threw the game. Yeah. I mean, I'm actually curious. Let me see here. Did they even run the ball today? I don't think they did, right? Let's see here. Minnesota Vikings. Stats. They had 14 rushing attempts for 36 yards today. That was damn. Darnold was 14 for 31. I apologize for you guys having to watch that game. That must have been. Rodgers threw the ball 54. Okay. Anyway, wow. Moving on. Wow. What a stat line. 54 passing attempts, huh? Connor sends in a question. Says, struggling between Stroud and Fields. Convince me. Yeah, just the only priority that gives Fields the start in my mind is rushing, right? When you have quite literally no other running backs active in this game. So there's no Jaden Daniels and there's no Cordero Patterson, right? That means it's just the Najee Harris and Justin Fields show. So that's just going to be more designed runs, more potential for quarterback scrambles because, again, you don't really have to dump it off to any running backs because it's just Najee running around out there for routes. And additionally, now that Fields has opened up his game to having rushing attempts in the red zone, it just makes it that much easier to trust him because he's getting already the yardage, but now can steal rushing touchdowns on a consecutive basis from Najee every single week. In comparison to Stroud that has to take on that Bills secondary, which obviously is not the greatest matchup. Let's see here. Q35 says Tyreek or Ford. Honestly, I'd play Ford. Try to pick between Pickens and Sermon. If it's a full PPR, I think it's just Pickens. Rodgers retirement tour. Wan'Dale Robinson or Ford in a full PPR? Jeremy Robert. I'd play Wan'Dale Robinson there. It's okay. Listen, this game is just going to solidify that the Jets go and trade for Devontae Adams. Oskino sends in a question. Says Hunt or Ramondre full PPR? I'd play Hunt there. Oskino, thank you. Okay, we took care of that. We took care of that. We scrolled down to the next couple questions. We have Sanji, who says, full PPR, heavy bye week, need to drop a player for a kicker. Higgins, Brian Thomas, or Charbonnet? You drop Charbonnet. Yeah, 100% have to drop Charbonnet there. Thank you. A-Trax sends in a question. Nothing attached to it, though. Let me see if I can find A-Trax question. Control F, A-Trax. Nothing there. Wicks or Deontay? I think they're both great plays. Right. Truly, they are both really good plays. So I don't think there's a wrong answer there. Do I prefer Deontay? Yes, but I don't think there's a wrong answer. Big Drew 93 says, Ayuk, Sutton, or Jacoby Myers? I'll just play Ayuk there in a full PPR. Ayuk, Sutton, and Jacoby are the exact order in which I would suggest it to you. Where are we at? I have 2 spots in a full PPR. Okay, my boy. No problem, Sanji. Thank you very much. A-Trax, where you at? Got it. Dell or JSN? I'd play JSN. If it was my team, I'd feel more comfortable doing that. I don't know. Like Dell, if he makes a huge play down the field, over the top of the defense, scores, beautiful. But JSN is just more the slot receiver, consistent target count, gets the PPR upside. That's kind of the direction I lean in. Carson says, Najee or Higgins? Good question. I think I have Najee ahead of him. Let me just confirm, though. Najee Harris is 3 spots ahead of him. If you want to play Higgins, you can. They're in the same tier, but I do have Najee ahead. Again, there's no backfield competition for Najee today, outside of Fields, of course. But I guess that might be his biggest threat, but at least he'll have a little bit more receiving upside. Reek or Wicks? I'm going to play Wicks. Stevenson or Tracy? I'll just play Tracy there. I'll take JSN over Dell. No McBride this week. He should play, but he plays in the afternoon window. Breece Hall looking like a bad first pick. Yeah, so is Christian McCaffrey. So is Tyreek Hill. A lot of bad first picks so far, unfortunately, due to circumstance. Ayuk, Hill, Olave, Deontay, half PPR, pick 2. Olave and Deontay seem pretty fair in that situation, boy. Okay, last couple questions here. Swift or Wicks? I'm honestly just going to lean towards playing Wicks today. Cooper or was that Brian Thomas Jr.? I'm cool with Brian Thomas if you are. Javonte or Sermon? I prefer Javonte. Reek or Pickens? Play Pickens. Again, I want to thank y'all for coming through, supporting the channel. We've been here for 4 straight hours. Andrew's going to get some much needed rest, especially from talking for 4 straight fucking hours. But I do appreciate y'all. You could have been anywhere else, but you decided to be here. Thank you very much. Steelers or 49ers defense? I like the Steelers today, but if you want to play the 49ers, it's fine. Downs over Moore? I'm okay with Downs over Moore. Full PPR, Wan'Dale Robinson, Terry, Tyreek. Yeah, honestly, I'm playing Wan'Dale Robinson and Terry there in a full PPR. Elijah. Daniel Ludquist says, had the Jets game over. Okay, yeah, that doesn't make sense. Okay, yeah. Swift or ETN? I prefer ETN, especially if it's a full PPR. If it's a half PPR, I'll just play Swift. That's fine. Is Curtis Samuel going to go off? I mean, he's a hidden gem, so maybe. But not all hidden gems hit. Some of them stay hidden. Flacco or pick up and play Geno? They're back-to-back in my rankings. If you're worried about the rain, you swap to Geno. Otherwise, you just play Flacco. Judy or Leggett? I think I have Leggett ranked higher. Rankings on screen for sure, though. We'll determine that. Akers or ETN? ETN. Wan'Dale Robinson or Javonte? Wan'Dale. Ford or Achan? Ford. Bendy Straw says, burger, pizza, or chicken wing? PPR. Pick 2. Thank you, guys. Appreciate it. What does it say? Robinson Jr. or McLaurin or Downs? At this point, Brian Robinson's kind of an automatic start in my mind. Broncos or Seahawks defense? I'd probably just go Seahawks number 1, Broncos 2. That's how I have it ranked up there. Thank you. Thank you very much. This guy needs to get banned to get out of here. Pizza, burger, or chicken wing, huh? I mean, pizza and chicken wing sounds pretty damn good, isn't it? Mahomes or Murray? Need upside. I honestly would stick with Murray there. I think it's more of a competitive game. Sermon or Javonte? I mean, if it's a half PPR, I'm cool with Sermon. If it's a full PPR, I'm going to go Javonte because of the receiving upside. All right, guys, it's 10 a.m. Thank y'all. Appreciate it. Best of luck. Let's hope for the best, but most importantly, let's hope for no injuries. Again, I'll be back tomorrow with waiver wire pickups and a live stream tomorrow night. Much love. Thank you guys for sticking with me for the last couple hours. And of course, in enduring one of the worst London games we've seen in a while. But again, all the London games are really bad. So next week, Jacksonville versus Chicago. Don't expect much. All right, guys. Thank you. I'm cueing the music. Best of luck. Enjoy your 8 hours of commercial-free red zone. And until next time, I'll see you guys. Peace.